Okay, let's dive into this crazy, wacky world once more. Still not sure what's going on, but we're doing something. All right, all right. Of course, part of it was just that I was an otaku, and we like to collect things. As if drawn in by Senna's D-sword, I found myself heading out into Scramble Crossing. I bit my lip. Crap. I hadn't wanted to come near the station. I didn't even want to go to Center Street or to school. I had only done it reluctantly because I had to. Being surrounded by people I didn't know made me feel like I had nowhere to run. It felt hard to breathe. As usual, the place was packed. I started to feel sicker and sicker. For a while, I just stared at the ground. Take a shot, guys. Trying not to throw up. When I looked up again, the D-sword was gone. I thought I had seen her walking over to the Hachiko statue. The crosswalk lights on Scramble Crossing had just turned green. Many people began to walk in many different directions. The area inside the crossing was pure chaos. It shocked me that so many people could each be going in their own directions without slamming into each other. Looking at it, I realized how impossible my delusion of an empty scramble crossing the other day was. There probably wasn't a single second in a year when this place was empty. Why was I chasing after Senna anyway? I couldn't even ask a cashier at Manga de Rake if they had a dojin in stock. How was I supposed to be able to talk to that scary Senna girl? She might even be an enemy. If I walked right up to her without any defenses up, there's no telling what she would do to me. I was being crazy. I should just go home. But just when I turned to go, I noticed a white chain lying on the road. And while I couldn't be sure because the other pedestrians were blocking my view, it looked like it led all the way to the other side of Scramble Crossing. What was that about? It was an awfully long chain. Was it for some kind of construction thing? But it didn't look like anybody was doing any kind of construction. It was hard to believe somebody would just leave this chain here. Maybe it was for a TV or a movie shoot. No, they wouldn't do a shoot with all these people around. Had somebody just left it here then? A huge chain like this? It would be a hassle just to bring it here. Either way, it was in the way of the pedestrians and cars. Confused, I looked at the people around me to see how they reacted. And it looked like you could easily trip over the thing, but nobody was paying it any attention. I rubbed my eyes and stared at it again, wondering if I had just hallucinated it, but the chain was still there. Hallucinating, also referred to as seeing things, and sometimes used to refer to optical illusions, a phenomenon where the brain knows that a particular piece of visual information is incorrect, but still can't help but see it. One famous example would be the Moore-Lyer illusion. It's hypothesized that the cause of these hallucinations is a gap between what the brain predicts should be there, based on past experience, and what it's actually seeing. The information received by the eyes is transmitted to the cerebrum via the optic nerves. However, Seeing is the process of constructing a representation of the outside world based on sensory data, and this involves passing the data through the filter of what the brain believes should be there. One theory says that humans ignore 99% of the sensory information they receive. If someone ever did try to process all of 100% of incoming sensory information, it's said it would drive them insane. It was creepy, so I didn't have the courage to touch it, though. It wasn't a cheap plastic thing. It was made out of tough-looking metal. How long had it been there? Normally, I would think that it was a trap. I would assume something terrible was waiting for me at the other end of it, and run away in fear. For some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about where it might lead. A kind of oppressive force was taking over my mind and telling me I needed to follow it. I stumbled into several people as I went, but I managed to make it to the other side of the crossing before the right light turned red. The chain led to an old train car, painted dark green, that was sitting next to the Hachiko statue. The train car's wheels had been removed, so it was more like a monument than something you could actually use. This car was open to anybody who wanted to go inside, if I remembered right. The chain led through the car's open door and inside. There were a lot of people waiting around Hachiko, but nobody was paying it any attention. They didn't even seem to notice it was there. It didn't seem like there was anybody inside the train car either. I gulped and looked inside. It was only then that I realized it was a trap. I didn't understand why it had taken me this long to notice. The train car had seemed empty, but there was actually a single person inside. Sena Aoi was sitting on one of the red seats, her legs crossed. Her sharp gaze was locked firmly onto me. For some reason, she had a popsicle in her hand, that shade of blue. It was a Garugari-kun, wasn't it? No, Garugari-kun wasn't important right now. The strange thing was, I didn't see her huge D-sword anywhere. It was so big. Where could she have hidden it? Instead of the sword, the white chain was coiled up at her feet. I realized that when we had last met, she had said something about being at the train car. This must have been what she meant. So, she had been the one to put the chain out there. Had she actually walked around carrying that huge thing? It had to weigh at least 10 kilograms. It was probably over 50 meters long. There was something about this girl that was just beyond my understanding. She wasn't normal. Could she be Shogun? I got scared and tried to run. But then her sharp gaze came flying at me.
入れ。
Suddenly, I stopped. There was a note of command in her voice. It was like this train car was her personal possession. Of course, I didn't have any intention of going inside. I didn't know who this girl was, and I could barely talk to 3D girls anyway. I didn't want to get involved.
入れと言っている。
Senna's voice was commanding and brooked no dissent. She wasn't moving, but if I made the slightest move to run, there was no telling what she would do. She might be a really high-level DQN, the kind who wouldn't think twice about getting violent with a man. I was scared. But if I was obedient, it might just make things even worse. I had had to deal with DQNs a few times in my life. The best thing to do was always to run. Whether you did what they said or not, something awful always ended up happening to you. So the best thing to do was to run. I needed to find a way to get out of here. Suddenly, something pushed me forward. I was caught off guard and lost my balance, falling forward like an idiot into the train. Shocked, I turned toward the entrance to see who had pushed me. There were a lot of people outside, but I couldn't tell which one of them it had done it. Maybe they had already run away. Why did they push me though? Who would do something so mean? I had hit my knee when I had fallen, and it hurt a little. I slowly staggered to my feet, being careful not to look Senna in the eye. Suddenly, I realized something. The coiled chain that had been at Senna's feet just a moment ago was now completely gone. She must have moved it somewhere, but I hadn't heard any sound, and she had been sitting in her seat the whole time. And even if she had moved it, where had she moved it to? I couldn't see the chain anywhere in the car.
エラーはどこにあった？
Senna asked me another strange question, completely ignoring my confusion.
だから私をつけてきたんじゃないのか？
I shook my head quickly in confusion, and her expression only grew sterner. Finally, she looked away from me, sighing a little and nibbling on her popsicle. When she released me from her terrible gaze, I almost collapsed. I wanted to sit on a seat, but she had probably say something. I gave up on the idea.
お前が私をつけてきているのには気づいていた。私が作ったエラーが見えていただろう。
だからエラーって何？
鎖だ。白い鎖。
If that was what she meant, then yes, I had seen it. I had followed that strange white chain all the way here.
でもどこにもない。消えたよ。
消した。私の妄想だからな。
Delusion. What was she talking about?
じゃあ剣は？
お前も持っているだろう。
She thought I had one? Of course I didn't. This conversation wasn't making any sense.
それよりお前は何者なんだ？見えているみたいだけど。
は？
Senna glanced at me before jerking her head in the direction of the window.
この窓の外に何が見える？
Outside the window, people. I saw lots of people. There were even more than there had been a second ago. Just looking at them made my head hurt. People with their heads down playing with their cell phones. People laughing as they talked on the phone. People just standing and watching other people go by. Most of the people I could see from where I was standing seemed to be waiting for someone else. Actually, how come none of these people actually tried to come inside the train?
完璧な世界がそこにあると思うか？あるはずがない。エラーは確かに存在する。すべてのものは人も含めて 電気仕掛けだからな。
Was this her weird personal fan fiction? I mean, I had some similar fantasies all the time. I wasn't going to tell her not to have them. All the novels, all the movies, all the anime in the world came from goofy fantasies. So why were the fantasies of a novelist or a director okay, while the ones amateurs like me came up with were mocked? And what's more, think about it. All the great people of history had goofy, childish fantasies. The Wright brothers honestly believed they could fly over 100 years ago. Napoleon actually told people the word impossible is not in my dictionary. You shouldn't make fun of somebody for having fantasies. All of history's greats had fantasies. The problem was, this girl had suddenly started sharing hers with me.
何を見ているかじゃない。何を見せられているか。人は体の外からの情報を五感によって得ているけど、その受け取る情報のおよそ 80% は視覚から入ってくる。そして視覚から得られた映像はパルス信号となって視神経を通り脳に送られる。
It was kind of like a phone, I thought. A phone took somebody's voice and turned it into an electrical signal and then sent that information to someone else far away.
電話か。似ていると言えなくもない。
She read my mind. No, that was impossible. Had I spoken aloud without realizing it again?
VR 技術を知っているか。
Virtual reality. Of course, this time I was careful not to say it out loud.
ビジュアルリビルディング。
I was wrong. I had never heard of that.
アメリカの精神生理学分野で研究が行われている技術だ。生まれながらに目が不自由な人でも目の前にある景色がちゃんと見えるようになる。ビデオカメラのような映像機器を介してな。どうやってという顔をしているな。だが仕組みとしては単純な話だ。ビデオカメラが映した映像も脳を流れる神経パルスもどちらも突き詰めれば電気による信号なんだぞ。
Nerve impulse, an electrical stimulus signal that travels along a living creature's nervous system. These signals allow for rapid transfer of information.
要は神経パルスにコンバートできる技術さえあればいい。すでに実際にテストは成功している。ある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ。
A patent? Was that true? It felt like a really well thought out delusion. But what kind of delusion includes stuff about patents?
その特許から読み取れることがある。
Senna turned her gaze away from the window and toward me. She crossed her legs again, slowly.
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
The train was right in front of Shibuya Station, but it was strangely quiet. It felt like the sound was being shut out. Of course, it was just my imagination, but I remembered the empty Shibuya I had seen days ago, and couldn't take my eyes off the crowd outside.
さっき言ったように、人は電気仕掛けだ。 脳だけじゃなく全身に張り巡らされている神経にも電気が通っている。つまり肉体的な動きまでも操れるということになるんだ。理論的にはな。
This girl. I was in shock. She was more delusional than even you or me. What she said sounded logical on the surface. Kind of. But it was clearly just a fantasy.
事実、特許を取得した研究チームもその方向へと研究内容をシフトしている。あまりに危険すぎる内容だったからアメリカ大統領が歯止めをかけようとして行政命令を出したくらいだ。
How much of what she was saying was actually true?
いかなる機関であろうと政府との事前合意なしに人体の機密の研究を行うことを禁じる。それを支援することも同様であるとな。
Senna looked down. She tightly clenched her fist as they rested in her lap.
だが世の中は腐った連中ばかりだ。倫理を無視して自分の利益のためだけに他者を平気で犠牲にするような連中がな。ヘドが出る。
She put the last of the melting Garugari Kun popsicle into her mouth and then stood up. I stepped back, only to find my back against the wall.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。世界を疑え、仕組みを知れ。この世界は完璧じゃない。
She was walking toward me. I thought she might punch me and tried to shield myself with my arms. But Senna just walked straight past me.
お前の見ている景色は本物か？
She whispered as she passed me, without so much as a glance my way. And then she left the train. I watched Senna walk away through the train car's window, standing there in shock. She disappeared into the crowd without turning around once. In the end, I never did figure out what she was trying to say. The one thing I could tell was that she really hated the world. A completely typical teenager, I guess. From my perspective, having to listen to all that crazy stuff was just a nuisance. The way she spoke made it sound like she was a teacher giving a lecture. In 2D, the way she talked might be kind of moe, but in the real world, it just made her seem like a DQN. But I was glad she didn't attack me. For some reason, she had this air about her like she might slap someone at any time for any reason. I felt like I needed to rest for a moment, so I sat down in the seat where Senna had been sitting a moment ago. A second later, a DQN-looking couple came inside. Then soon after them, 3 DQN-looking girls came in. Then an old man and a young salaryman in a suit. Before long at all, the car was jammed tight with people. Nobody had tried to come in when Senna was here, so why had it suddenly changed? The voices of the girls and DQN couple were annoying me. I whispered "die" several times to myself, silently, before leaving. So, yeah, this weird chick was hassling me. You have angered me. Listen, Nightheart, you keep saying you're not into 3D chicks, but you seem to be having a whole lot of fun with them. You said one broke inside your house the other day. That's totally out of an H game. You've got some luck lately, asshole. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Yes, I'll admit I've had more chances to talk to cute girls. But they're all crazy. Crazy. Someone with psychological problems, often severe, not a medical diagnosis. Let's see how you would react if they tried their weird fantasy shit on you. It's seriously scary, man. LOL. Sorry. It's all good. Even after I made it home, I couldn't get Senna's words out of my mind. Of course, I didn't think it was real, but that part about the patents and the executive order I could find if I decided to look it up. I went to Grimm for help and we started searching the internet. Grimm knew somebody who lived in the US, so we got their help too. Not that I expected to find anything. These days, nobody would believe anything without a source. I got word from Shiho. Shiho was Grimm's net buddy. They lived in the US and spoke fluent English, supposedly. It was bullshit, right? That crazy bitch. She probably thought she could fool me because I didn't speak English. Don't underestimate the internet. Glad that's settled. They found it, they said. They found it, they said. Found what? They're translating it for us. I'll up it for you. This another troll? You don't trust me?
もしかしてマジなのか
Well, I guess I can understand why, given all the shit I pull. Want me to bring Shiho here, then? Grimm had lied to me about all kinds of stuff. Usually when he did something like this, he would make me look at some disgusting mental browser crash link. He even had a source, was saying he would invite Shiho. If this is a troll, I'm banning you from the guild. Okay, this time you can trust me. He seemed really confident. Maybe this time I could trust him.
くそ僕はなんてお人よしなんだ
My heart pounded as I clicked on the link, narrowing my eyes so that I wouldn't be able to see it clearly at first.
なんだこれ
It was a paper written in English, with a strange diagram at the bottom. There was something in the diagram that looked like a human face. It said United States Patent. Patent. So it was true. In other words, this
アメ
was...
リカの特許
VR 技術を知っているか
And now we pretty much know everything that's going on, right? So apparently we have brain hackers. Apparently what we're seeing is not what we are always seeing.
すでに実際にテストは成功しているある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ
It was real. I opened one of the 2 text files that were attached with it. It was a Japanese translation of an article talking about the patent. The Victor Chandriya University Psychophysiology Lab is currently working on a revolutionary technology called visual rebuilding. The technology is intended for the field of therapeutics and is eagerly being followed by blind people all over the world. This revolutionary invention would allow the blind to see with the aid of a visual device such as a camera. To explain in basic terms how it works, the electronic signals generated by the video camera are transformed into nerve impulses, the one form of electrical signal that the brain can read. These signals are transmitted to the optic nerves and through them to the brain. Tests have been successful and a patent was issued.
特許本当に認められてる
What Cinna had been saying wasn't just some silly fantasy then. I gulped and clicked on the other file. Official order issued by the White House, 3/27/1997, strengthening protections of research into the secrets of the human body. No organization may do any research into the secrets of the human body without informed consent, or support any other organization that conducts such research. Informed consent. To consent to any kind of contract with full knowledge of it. In Japan, this word is almost completely restricted to the medical field. A doctor has a duty to explain the full nature of any medical procedure. Its purpose, effects, success rate, dangers, costs, alternative treatments, in a correct and easy to understand manner. Only then can a patient truly agree to the procedure. This order will go into effect on 3/27/1998 or earlier if appropriate legislation passes. William J. Clinton, President of the United States. An executive order from the President of the United States. It was like something you would see in the backstory for a movie, but it was real. I clicked on the link too, just to be sure. I could read English even if I couldn't speak it. I was a lot smarter than the DQNs that went to school every day, after all. The actual text was more or less the same as the translation I had been given.
ということは
Cinna's words echoed in my mind.
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
This whole thing was getting kind of complicated, but knowing what Cinna said and that there was a source online to back it up made my skin crawl. It felt like there was some kind of terrible secret involved with all this. And what worried me more than anything was the fact that Cinna had chosen to tell me this. Did it have something to do with me? The idea of controlling another person's will seemed to, at least. I still hadn't ruled out the possibility that I was sleepwalking. Supposedly the day the third Nugent incident, Crucified, happened, I had been using the account Shogun to chat at Cafe. And I didn't remember Rimi at all, either. I had supposedly spent over a year with her as a classmate and even gone to hang out a few times, but I didn't remember her at all. Maybe I had done all that while someone was controlling me. After all, there was no way a guy like me, who could barely talk to 3D girls, could be friends with a cute girl like Rimi. No, I was overthinking it. The thing with the chat, at least, was just a delusion of Yua's. Shogun was someone else, and just trying to set me up. I wasn't sure if he was actually the old man in the wheelchair I had seen in front of the 107 building, but it didn't matter. It was even possible that Cinna was working with Shogun too. Maybe she was trying to trick me. I couldn't believe what she was saying. I didn't know anything about her, and I couldn't trust her. Cinna was no different than Yua. That's what I should be thinking, Right, Sayra-tan? The only sound in the room was that of fingers on keys. Yua Kusunoki's thin, slender fingers were dancing on the keyboard. Her gaze was locked on the monitor. She was typing without looking at the keyboard, with barely any spelling errors. She was writing an email, a long one, too. She had spent 30 minutes already thinking about what to write, and then going back and changing it. Suddenly her fingers stopped. She let out a sad sigh and suddenly pressed down hard on the backspace key. The cursor on the screen began to scroll quickly towards the left. Everything she had written vanished in a flash as it went. When it was all gone, Yua brought her Garo Froggy plush over from her bed and gave it a tight squeeze. It was a habit of hers lately. If she wasn't holding something tightly, the fear would overtake her. She pressed her head down into the stuffed animal and sighed a little.
私に勇気をください。
She whispered to no one in particular, and then pursed her lips. She put the stuffed animal on her lap and put her hands back on the keyboard. Letters began to appear on the screen once more, one by one, as her slender fingers typed. The message was, compared to the one she had just deleted, simple and short. When she was done, she hesitated a moment before finally clicking send.
送っちゃった。
The email was sent on its way before she had a chance to change her mind. She held the Garo Froggy on her lap tightly and stared at the monitor for over an hour. She hadn't expected an answer, of course, but there was no sign that one was coming. Room 37 was the same as always. I sunk down into the reclining seat and bit my nails in an attempt to calm my irritation. There was a reason I had come to At Cafe 2 days in a row, both yesterday and again today. That night, 2 days ago, after I had found out from Grimm that Cinna's story was true, I had gotten an email from Yua. It was, ridiculously enough, a request to talk to me again. Screw you was what I wanted to say to her. Why would I want to talk to you after you lied to me? I don't have anything to talk about with you anyway. Obviously, this is just part of some new trap. I'm not going to waste time talking to you. Sure, I wasn't used to talking to girls. That's why I had gotten so excited when you had tried to be friendly with me. But behind my back, she thought I was an idiot. And then there was that weird delusion of hers. Sure, I had delusions myself, but I didn't bother other people with them. But her, that crazy bitch had practically called me the new Gen Killer. I would never forgive her. I decided to just ignore it. There was one problem. The email said she would come to visit the base. She knew where it was, so if she wanted to, she could. That's why I had come here to At Cafe, even though it wasn't a school day. I wanted to take the D-sword with me for protection, but unlike Cinna, I lacked the courage to carry that thing through Center Street. Spending almost half a day in a net cafe was kind of exhausting, though. The reclining seat was comfy, and there was even a shower in the place, but it wasn't as relaxing as the base. And the biggest problem of all was that Sayra-tan wasn't here. After 2 days holed up in At Cafe, I had come to realize how much she meant to me. I wanted to go home now, but I had decided I would stay here until midnight at least. By then the trains would stop running, and even Yua wouldn't be able to stay out that late. It would be another 4 hours until midnight. If I played some ESO, the time would fly, but I looked over at the monitor. My second character, Liselot, was standing there, doing nothing.
お前の見ている景色は本物か？
I remembered what Senna said. Over half of what she had told me was true. The one thing I hadn't been able to find a source for was that stuff controlling people's will, or their bodies. Maybe that part was just Senna's delusion. Mixing in a little lie with the truth was something that blackmailers and other people who wanted to make threats often did, because it worked. I knew that, at least in my head, but after all the strange things that had happened to me over the past few weeks, I still couldn't help but feel scared. I stared at Liselot on the screen.
リーゼロって、お前の見ている景色は本物か？
I whispered so that nobody around me could hear. I had thought about something similar a bunch of times. Baselard, Liselot's world, the world that I was looking at right now, was real to her, but to me it was fake, which meant that the person controlling me was seeing my world, and it was fake too. But just as Liselot couldn't see her controller because he was in a higher dimension, I couldn't see the person controlling me either. Did Liselot ever think about things like this? She couldn't even move unless I told her to. So what about me? Could I even get out of this reclining seat if the person controlling me didn't want me to? I tried to stand up just to see if I could. I succeeded easily. Then I tried sitting down. I did it without difficulty. Was what I just did done of my own will? Or was the person controlling me telling me what to do? I didn't have any way to tell.
え？
I heard the sound of the door to my booth opening. I sensed someone come in. I turned around. It was Yua Kusunoki. I was so scared I tried to scream. Yua put her hand on my mouth. Her hand was warm, and the scent of her sweat hit my nostrils.
声を出さないで。出さないって約束して。約束してくれるよね。しないなんて言わないよね。約束して。するでしょ。するの。お願い。
The booth was tiny. Yua blocked the only exit. The next thing I knew, she had pinned my shoulders with incredible strength. I couldn't get up from the seat. Her cold gaze pierced me from point-blank range. I looked away, unable to bear her gaze, and saw the 3 Garo froggies on her shoulder bag.
いい？声を出さないで。
What do I do? What should I do? I tried desperately to come up with a way to escape from the situation, but it didn't work. I couldn't think clearly. I had been caught totally off guard, and my mind was going blank.
昨日あなたの家に行ったんですけど、いませんでしたよね。夜まで待ってたんですけど。 でも私を避けようとする西条くんの気持ちはよくわかります。私西条くんのこと騙してたわけだし。
Then just leave me alone. I had nothing to say to one of Shogun's servants, particularly the sort of awful person who would try to trick and trap someone as helpless as me. Yua cast her gaze downward for a moment, as if hesitating, and then she whispered,
その目誰の目？知ってますよね？知らないなんて言わせません。ヴァンパイアのダイイングメッセージです。ネットで公表されたことで渋谷で大流行中の言葉。でも私流行る前から知ってました。ヴァンパイアより前にこの言葉を使っている人がいたから。将軍、前に見せましたよね。ナイトハルト、西条君と将軍のチャットログ。そこで将軍が書き込んでました。その目誰の目。そして
She got closer. Her voice was calm and peaceful, but there was a piercing, cold light in her eyes. She was staring at me, unblinking. I looked away.
将軍はあなた、つまり
Which means what?
お願いです、西条君。もう
Suddenly I realized her hands were shaking. Or was my shaking just being transferred to her hands? Then she said something I couldn't believe.
人を殺すのはやめてください。
What?
自覚がないんですね。でもそれも私には理解できます。西条君に自覚があるはずないから。
What was she saying?
あなたは
There was a sadness in her eyes. She had been staring straight at me, but suddenly her gaze turned downward.
DID 多重人格なんです。
I had multiple personalities.
最初はあなたのこと警察に突き出すつもりでした。
She kept talking despite my confusion.
それが無理ならこの手でとも思ってました。だけどあなたのこと調べていくうちにあなたも苦しんでるんだって分かって。
Her eyes were looking into mine again. They were pleading with me. And the way it seemed like she was really worried about me. It made me shiver.
私あなたを助けたい。
Her delusions were getting out of control. Nothing she said made any sense. Wait, really? Did it really not make sense?
だから病院に行きましょう。
I didn't understand myself. I had used the nickname Shogun in the chat without even knowing it. I was friends with a girl named Rimi without having any memories of her. Maybe I wasn't sleepwalking. Maybe there wasn't some being from a higher dimension controlling me. Maybe the person controlling me was, in fact, inside my mind the whole time. A me who wasn't me. Another personality who wasn't me. multiple personalities. My head ached. There was a painful stinging in my temples. This was impossible. It couldn't be true. I wasn't going to believe it. It was just a delusion of yours. She was my enemy. She was getting in my way. She was trying to trap me. She was trying to destroy my mind. And the hospital was under Shogun's influence too. The one person I could trust, Dr. Takashina, had disappeared so suddenly that I knew something must have happened to him. Shogun must have killed him. If I did what Yua said, I would be killed too. There was no way I was going to believe this woman. I don't believe her. 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 My brain shut down. I pushed her as hard as I could. She fell back into the wooden partition door and collapsed to the ground in pain. Finally free from her grip, I grabbed my bag and stepped over her into the corridor. She grabbed my ankle, still crouched on the ground. Her hair was a mess, and her glasses had slid down onto her nose. She was clinging to me as hard as she could. I was so scared I let out a miserable scream. She was my enemy. She was working with Shogun. I wouldn't let her fool me. I wouldn't let her fool me again. I screamed and she let go. I ran while I had the chance. I slammed down a 5,000 yen bill from my wallet onto the counter in front of the astonished clerk. Then I ran into the elevator outside without even waiting for my change. When it hit the ground floor, I dashed outside. The sun had already set. I looked around. There were so many people around. Run. I just had to run. It was too dangerous to go back to the base. She would follow me there. I started to run without even knowing where I should go. The thought of Yua coming out of the other elevator any second now and threatening me with her cold voice made me feel like I needed to get out of there as soon as possible. I ran and ran, stopping again and again to look behind me. The other pedestrians kept getting in my way. I slammed into salarymen and DQN-looking high school girls. Each time they would curse at me, but I ignored them and kept running. It hurt to breathe. I had chosen my path randomly, so I didn't even know where I was. I stopped to catch my breath. Then I looked around at my surroundings. I was in front of the Maruichi building. I was close enough to Miyashita Park that I could escape there. I would rest a little and then keep running. If I could get to Yoyagi Park, there would be any number of places to hide. I could spend the night there. I couldn't stop worrying about whether or not Yua was following me. I couldn't see her anywhere, but she might show up at any second with that placid, emotionless face of hers. My instincts drove me forward. Run. Run. I'll be right back, guys. I've got to go retrieve something real quick from outside. Give me a moment. Anyway, run, run. When I made it to the bridge at Miyashita Park, I flopped right down onto the ground. I had run so much my throat was parched. I wanted an ice cold soda. I didn't see any vending machines nearby. Maybe I'd run enough that I was safe now. No, I couldn't be sure. I kept an eye on my surroundings. I assumed Miyashita Park would be pretty empty at night, but that didn't seem to be the case. I saw a salary man walking quickly through the park, taking a shortcut on his way home, and an older man sitting on a bench and playing with his cell phone. A group of homeless men were sitting together, and a man in blue was talking to them, a policeman. The police. I gulped. Those two policemen had talked to me before, hadn't they? I hadn't heard anything from them. They said they would send someone to watch the area around the base, but nothing had come of it. Misumi had said they had come to school, though. What were their names again? I couldn't remember. I had told them exactly what I had seen during the crucified incident, but looking back, something in their expressions had made it clear they were pretty suspicious. Suddenly the police officer standing by the homeless men looked over at me, or at least it felt like he did. No way. I was overthinking it, I told myself, but still I looked carefully at what the policeman was doing. Maybe I made it too obvious, though, because this time he looked straight at me. I looked away at first. There was no way I could win a staring contest with a cop. Had that policeman been looking at me? Was he just staring back because I was staring at him? Which was it? I couldn't tell. It could have been either. I waited a little, then looked back at the policeman once more. He was still staring at me, so I had no choice but to quickly look away. Crap. This time I totally looked suspicious. Yua was already after me. I couldn't have the cops after me, too. I had to get through this somehow. I wiped off the cold sweat on my forehead. Then I took a textbook out of my bag as I sat there on the ground. I pretended to read it as I watched the policeman. He took out something black that might have been a police radio and started speaking into it. He seemed to be reporting something, but the bridge I was sitting on was over Meiji Street, and the sound of the cars below made it too loud to hear what he was saying. This was bad. I was sure of it. I needed to get out of here, but it was too late. Trying anything stupid would be suicide. Since I had chosen to pretend I was reading a book, I needed to keep it up for a while or it would look suspicious. I needed to at least keep it up until the policeman stopped looking at me. And then someone ran into the park and right up to the policeman. As I watched out of the corner of my eye, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yua. Why did she have to find me now? Cold sweat beaded not just on my forehead, but my whole body. This was bad. This was extremely bad. Yua didn't seem to have noticed me yet, so I prayed she would just pass me by. I wasn't going to be that lucky. The policemen were staring at me right now, after all. When Yua spoke to him, he noticed me immediately. I grunted, threw my textbook in my bag, and got ready to get up off the ground. I was ready to run at any time. The two of them had a short conversation and then looked at me. Don't look at me. Yua pointed in my direction. She was explaining something to the officer. That bitch. Damn her. I was a peaceful guy, but I was about ready to snap. She had turned me over to the police, and what she had told them was the insane delusion she had come up with in her head, that I was the new Gen Killer. Maybe she would be satisfied now, but what about me? How was I supposed to deal with the false accusations now? But of course, nobody heard my internal scream. The police officer began to head toward me at a fast pace. I stood up. Shit, shit, shit. She had trapped me. She was trying to destroy me. What do I do? What do I do? Should I try talking to the policeman? Should I tell him it was all a delusion of hers? I didn't do anything. I'm an innocent, upstanding citizen. No way. There was no way that would work. In our society, there was no doubt about who the cop would believe between a creepy otaku like me or a normal-looking teenage girl like you. He probably wouldn't even give me a chance to talk. I had to get out of here. By the time the thought entered my brain, I had already turned around and started running. I crossed the bridge and headed down the stairs towards Meiji Street. When I looked back, I could see the policeman chasing me. And what was weirder, even the man on the bench and one of the homeless people were now chasing after me too. No way. Did Yua have the cops on her side the whole time? Was Miyashita Park filled with plainclothes detectives? I didn't know what to do. I felt pure shock. It was so unfair that I was almost ready to cry. I didn't do anything. I did nothing. The cops were believing her lies. This wasn't fair. I wiped away my tears and ran down the street stairs. I headed as fast as I could down Meiji Street toward the station. I ran through the underpass and up the stairs of the pedestrian bridge. People kept getting in my way and blocking me. I started to wonder if they were doing it deliberately. Everybody started looking like a detective. I was on the verge of panic. I looked back and saw somebody chasing me. I got a glimpse of them moving through the crowds just like I was. It was one of the people I had seen at the park. I couldn't tell which, but they were chasing me. I shuddered. If they caught me here, my life was over. I would be given the death penalty for a crime I didn't commit and put in jail for decades. I would endure a living hell for years, and then they would say, "Okay, it's time for you to die." Please, no. I couldn't handle that. I didn't want that to be my life. Even if I was found innocent in the end, once you were branded a criminal, that didn't disappear. Nobody would ever trust me again. Please, no. I didn't do anything. I ducked into a small side alley and kept running as fast as I could. But since I had been running ever since I left at Cafe, I quickly ran out of breath. My lungs were desperate for oxygen. My legs could barely move from exhaustion. I regretted not exercising more, but was far too late for that now. Finally, I stopped, leaning forward with my hands on my knees and panting. I couldn't run anymore. I was in a place I recognized. The distinctive red brick exterior, the big lit-up sign reading Gigantes. I had come here once with Misumi. Back then I had come to see Phantasm's concert, more specifically its lead singer Fess. Now it was quiet and seemingly empty. Only the feeble light of a single vending machine illuminated the front of the building. I glanced back at the path I had come from, annoyed that my breathing wasn't going back to normal. It was a dark and narrow alley. The Tokyo Lines train passed right above me, the light streaming from the car windows shining bright against the night. But even that light failed to reach the darkness just beneath it. I squinted into the night. Had I ditched the police and Yua? It was too dark to see.
私についてきて。
I heard a voice right next to my ear and let out a pathetic scream as I fell back. It was Fess. She was dressed in the elaborate outfit she wore for her concerts. As she quietly stood above me in the darkness, there was a sense of fragility about her that hadn't been there when I saw her on the stage. It was too dark to guess at the look on her face. As I sat there, too shocked to move, Fess offered me a hand.
だって早く。
Her voice was calm, but there was power in it. She slowly turned her head, her hand still stretched out to me, as if to see whatever was beyond the darkness.
逃げないと。
How? Did she know I was being chased by Yua and the police? For a moment, I was cautious, but right now I had no choice but to trust her. I grabbed it and clung tightly. Her hand was cold. As I stood, she started to run. I was angry because of how exhausted I was, but if it weren't for Fess, I might have stayed there until the police caught me. I wanted some water, but I knew there wasn't time. Fess kept pulling me onward. We went down a narrow alley, turning at one intersection after another. I no longer had any idea where I was going. I barely knew the layout of Shibuya anyway. At this point, I would just have to keep following Fess. Part of me thought for a minute that this might be a trap of Shogun's, but I brushed the thought away. Even if Fess was working for Shogun, there was nothing I could do at this point. My leg muscles were filled with lactic acid, and all the running might have kept my brain from getting enough oxygen, because I felt like I was on the verge of passing out. I had to stop myself from telling Fess that I couldn't run anymore. Actually, I might have said it a bunch of times without realizing it, but Fess just kept running, without even looking back at me once. The next thing I knew, we were on a path directly beneath the highway. We were close to Shibuya Station, but there weren't many people here at all. Fess headed down a stairwell that led into the darkness. It felt like she knew exactly where she was going. When we got to the very bottom, she finally stopped. I let go of her hand and grabbed onto the stairwell's handrail, panting for breath. How much running had I done today? I wasn't sure if I had ever exercised so much in my life. For a while, the only sounds in the dark, gloomy underground corridor were the sounds of our breathing. I looked up at the stairwell's entrance. Nobody had followed us. Had we gotten away? That said, I had never seen this little underground corridor before. It was close to the station, but there was nobody here. One of the lights illuminating the tunnel was on the verge of burning out, and was constantly flashing on and off. There was a faint smell of rotting garbage. The place seemed to symbolize the underground side of Shibuya. If somebody attacked you here, you could scream, but nobody would notice. It wasn't a place I would want to come to alone. Still panting for breath, I looked over at Fess. This was the underground indie singer who was beloved by all the youth of Shibuya, the one they even called a prophet. And here she was, with a creepy otaku like me. It felt kind of weird. Beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, running in rivulets down her face. She was wiping them away with the back of her hand. I could see part of her bare chest inside her open jacket, perking out above the camisole she wore. It was heaving up and down with each breath she took. For all that her languid demeanor, there was something about her body that felt sexy and alive. It wasn't really moe. It was sexy, probably was the best word for it. She was tall and sexy, like a model. All the guys probably liked her. Wait, why was I thinking about this now?
追われてたわね。
え、うん。
警察。
I nodded. It wasn't just the police, but Yua too. But I was too tired to explain that.
私も同じ。
What did that mean?
私が書いた歌詞となんとかって呼ばれてる事件との関係についてだって。しつこく聞かれたわ。
New Jin. Fess's lyrics matched every one of the cases. That's why her believers all said the same thing, that she was a prophet.
私疑われてるみたい。
As the new Jin killer, I had too, when I had learned about her lyrics for the first time. I have a hard. I mean, it's much more likely that whoever the killer is also just really likes Fess. I mean, it's not that uncommon for somebody to prefer art to portray real life, crazy people and stuff. I had actually thought she might be Shogun. Since she saved me, that actually might not be true. What was Fess doing there, though? It was just blind luck that she had been there to save me, right? It was right in front of the concert hall. So maybe she had had a concert today.
君が追われてるのはなぜ？何か悪いことでもしたの？
チクられた。あの女、僕のことチクったんだ。ニュージェネの犯人にされる。
Yua tried to get me arrested. Damn it. She and Shogun were on the verge of destroying my life.
そう。容疑者候補ね。私たち。
How could she be laughing?
僕は無実だ。
I got so excited I yelled. My voice echoed loudly throughout the tunnel, but I couldn't control myself anymore.
事件を目撃しただけだ。証拠品を勝手に持ち帰っちゃったけど、それだけ。僕殺してない。
それなら。
Fess's voice regained its calmness.
きっとそれは 導きなのよ。大いなる存在による。
Another crazy chick. Another lunatic.
君の見たものが事実だったか幻だったかは些細なこと。
That terrible, awful scene was an illusion. Was that possible? It was so real.
君が今抱いている苦しみや怒りは必要なものだったということよ。
What was she talking about? I was disappointed. I kind of realized she was crazy when I had seen her at the concert, but I hadn't realized it was this bad. They say there's a fine line between genius and crazy, but...
だから早く見つけて剣を見つけて。
I gasped. That's what she had said at school before. Find it and you'll be saved. That's what she had said before. The police were scary, but Shogun and his servants were even scarier. I didn't know why, but they were clearly trying to trap me. And if I was going to save myself from them, if I was going to protect myself, I needed a D sword.
ディソード。
そうよ。
Vess's lips curled into a smile.
勉強したみたいね。
それなら手に入れた。僕はディソードを持ってる。今家に。
知ってるわ。
You know? How do you know?
見たから。君が渋谷のど真ん中を歩いていたのを。大きなおもちゃを抱きしめて恥ずかしそうにしてたわね。
She was talking about the day I bought the D sword. I can't believe she had seen me. No, hang on. What had Vess just said?
おもちゃ。
The smile was gone from her face. She glanced at me for a moment and then sighed. The air of ennui about her was so strong, I was starting to get nervous.
偽物だと思うわ。あなたの買った剣は。
I wasn't that surprised. It was exactly what I had expected to hear, actually. Compared to the sword that Senna had, mine looked incredibly cheap, and it didn't glow either. And anyway, Vess had told me that this was the sword that was going to save my life. The idea that it was on sale for 10,000 yen next to a bunch of sex toys was just too lame to be real. So I wasn't that surprised. Instead, I felt violently angry. Angry at the gloomy-looking shop clerk who had tricked me. Angry at myself for being stupid enough to fall for it. Angry at Vess for saying all these important-sounding things without actually telling me anything useful.
じゃあ。
I stood up and stormed over to Vess. Normally, I would never be able to do something like that, but right now, I was desperate. My encounters with Yua and the police had scared me to death. And not only that, I had been through absolute hell in the past month or so. I was sick of it. If I was going to go back to my normal life, I needed that sword.
教えてよ。ディソードはどうやって手に入れるのか。
The look on Vess's face became very serious as she turned towards me.
見て。
She held out her right palm for me to see. Then she motioned for me to stop getting closer as she made a fist. Then she flung her arm back, and with a sound like breaking glass, the empty air cracked and shattered. My eyes went wide in shock. Vess stared at me, her expression unchanging. Beyond the cracks in space, I could see a deep darkness. Vess stuck her hand in between the cracks and pulled hard. And
ソード。
the crack in space was repaired almost instantly. It disappeared as if it had never been there. The whole thing took only a few seconds.
は
Was that a magic trick, or just a delusion I had seen? I couldn't believe what had just happened in front of my very eyes. It didn't feel real. This was something out of a fantasy or an anime.
この剣は命運を握るもの。
The sword was the one that Vess was waving around during her concert. One I had thought was a mic stand. It was shaped like one of those battleships you see in every sci-fi anime.
この剣は嘆きを収束させたもの。
There wasn't a single straight edge on the whole thing, but it was sharp, beautiful, and terrible.
この剣は超越した場所に干渉するためのもの。
It felt like touching it would cut your fingers clean off.
超越した場所って。
I couldn't look away. My eyes were locked on Vess's D sword. I couldn't help but ask.
異空間のようなもの。
Another space. This whole thing was turning into an anime.
同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性。あるいは妄想。
Delusion.
言い方にあんまり意味はないわ。唯一確かなの。この剣もその領域に存在しているということも。
Did that mean that the D sword was a product of Vess's delusions? The impossible scene I had just witnessed was a delusion. It didn't exist in reality.
そんなの ありえない。
そう。
If Vess's sword was a delusion, how could I see it?
言葉に引きずられてはダメよ。後ろを振り返ってみて。
I was confused at Vess's sudden demand, but obeyed. Behind me was the stairs, and also Vess was standing there wearing a school uniform.
あえ
Vess was beside me, and Vess was standing in front of the stairs. There were two of the same person in the same place. Shocked, I looked back and forth from one to the other. Their face, build, hair, everything was the exact same. The only difference was their clothes and whether they were holding a sword or not. They weren't twins or anything like that. They just didn't look alike. They were exactly the same.
これも君の妄想よ。
The two Fesses said the same thing at the same time. My head was starting to hurt. What was happening right in front of my eyes? Yasuji Ban was walking through a narrow, filthy alleyway in Maru Yamacho. He jammed a hand in his pocket. He checked, making sure there were a dozen or so coins inside.
先輩、貼り付けの現場に何があるっていうんすか？もう事件から2週間以上経ってるし、散々調べられた後っすよ。新しい証拠なんて出てきませんって。
His partner, Detective Suwa, was walking behind him and complaining in an irritated voice. It was only natural that Suwa would be upset. The job they had been given was to tail Takumi Nishijo, a person of interest in the new Jin murder cases. But right now they were ignoring that job and coming to visit the scene of the third new Jin case, Crucified. Ban had left the job of tailing Takumi Nishijo to some of the local cops, without bothering to tell the rest of the force he had done so. From the perspective of a rookie like Suwa, this was reckless and crazy.
やっぱまずいっすよ。尾行に戻りましょう。
Ban had dragged him out here without any explanation. Of course he was upset. So he had been trying to persuade Ban to turn back for a while now, but...
いいから黙ってついてこいって。
Ban completely ignored the rookie's protests and didn't seem the slightest bit concerned. Before long they reached a narrow road blocked off by yellow tape. As Suwa sighed again, seemingly for the 100th time that day, his phone buzzed. He took it out, the look on his face quickly returning to that of a young, capable detective before he pressed the button to answer.
すわっす。はい。はい。
Ban stopped in front of the tape as he listened to Suwa talking behind him. Past the tape was the crime scene. The place was dark, just like it had been during the time of the crime. Except for the tape, there was nothing to indicate that anything had ever happened.
見失った？女か。やられたっすね。とりあえず、深センの家に戻ってほしいっす。はい。張り込んでてください。いやいや、大丈夫っすよ。責任はバン警部補が取るっすから。
Ban chuckled a little when he heard that. Suwa was cleverer than he looked. Of course, Ban had no intention of letting Suwa or the locals take the fall for him.
なるべく早くこっちも合流します。本当申し訳ないっす。お願いします。
Suwa hung up the phone and glared at him just about the same time as Ban ducked under the tape. Suwa followed, reluctantly.
見失ったって？
尾行に気づかれたっす。直前にネットカフェで一騒動あったみたいっすし。
女っての？
岸本綾瀬っす。
お騒がせバンドのジョーちゃんかな。つながりは？
同じ学校の同じ学年っすね。他は今のところ特に。クラスメートでもないっす。
Ban ran his hand through his stubble, enjoying the sensation for just a moment. Then he took out the coins from his pocket and began to count them in the darkness. Suwa watched his partner's strange behavior, his mouth hanging open.
何してるんすか？
よりによって五円玉だけありゃしねえ。そう、お前五円玉持ってねえか？
はあ。
Suwa handed the 5-yen coin over with a confused look on his face. But instead of taking it, for some reason, Ban ripped off the bottom button on his dress shirt. Then he began to unravel the string wrapped around it.
先輩、 ついに頭おかしくなったんすか？
生意気な口聞くようになったじゃねえか。
Ban chuckled and lightly punched him on the forehead. Then he took the 5 yen coin and ran the string through the hole in the middle.
よし、お前にやらせてやるよ。
Ban pinched both ends of the string with his fingers, hanging the 5 yen coin between them, and gave it back to his younger partner.
振り子っすか？
ああ、
Ban laughed mischievously.
こいつが事件の重要なヒントを与えてくれるかもしれねえぜ。
マジっすか？バンさん、勘弁してほしいっすよ。そのために仕事をほっぽってここまで来たんすか？
Suwa sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Ban had dragged him on a lot of wild goose chases, but this was the worst of the lot.
サイキック操作とかダウジングとか。
Dowsing, the act of using a stick or pendulum to search for underground water or mineral ore. The most popular method of dowsing involved the use of 2 angle rods, L-shaped metal sticks. People who dowse are called dowsers. The most persuasive theory as to how dowsing works says that the human body contains materials that act as natural magnets, and these magnets respond to underground waterways, causing our muscles to unconsciously tense. This makes it look like the dowsing rods are moving on their own.
その手のテレビでも見て影響を受けたんすね、先輩。
そういうお前も詳しいじゃね
いやー、まあ自分も見たは見たっすよ。先週のユーリ・ブライトマン。
えの。ユーリ
ユーリ・ブライトマンっすよ。今話題になってるアメリカの超能力捜査官っす。
Psychic investigator. An investigator who uses psychic powers, such as clairvoyance, to solve crimes. Stories about psychic investigators are primarily found in America, but sometimes seen in the Japanese media as well. However, no such position actually exists in the American police forces, and orthodox opinion holds a dim view of the utility of psychic powers for crime solving.
俺が見たのはそんなチャラチャラしたもんじゃねえや。どこかのお偉い大学教授が出ててだな。
でもテレビっすよね。
いちいち文句の多いやつだ。やってみりゃわかる。ほら、いいから吊るしてみろって。
Dan had seniority, so Suwa had no choice but to obey. He frowned and pouted, but he did take the 5 yen coin. Then he pinched the ends of the string and let the coin move in a circle. It was too dark to see, so Ban flipped out a 100 yen lighter and struck it to give them some light.
先輩ってタバコ吸いましたっけ
？10年以上前に禁煙したよ。なんでだよ。
ライター持ってたっすから。
こういうこともあろうかと用意しといたんだよ。
はは。で、これで何がわかるんす？
もっといろいろ動かしたり止めたりしてみろ。
Ban was staring at the movement of the 5 yen coin intently. He looked so serious that Suwa found himself unable to complain anymore.
やっぱりな。スワ、わかるか？
何がっす
五円玉の動きだよ。 さっきから少しだけ楕円を描いてるような気がしねえか。
The coin was moving slowly in a circular motion, held up by the string. Sua looked at it a little confused.
力の入れ方とかじゃないんすかね。
お前、楕円に回るように意識してやってんのか？
いや、結構適当にくるくると。
もっと手を動かさねえようにやってるか。
は
Sua tried his hardest to make it move in a circle, but no matter how many times he tried, it kept tracing out an ellipse.
あ、おかしいな。
意識的に違う形にしようとしてもできねえだろ。
Ban grinned. Sua, however, seemed unsatisfied and kept trying to spin the coin.
まあ、渋谷のどこでもこの現象が見られるわけじゃねえが、それでも十数箇所はここみてえな場所があるらしいぜ。
確かに不思議っすね。でも、だから何なんす？
Ban looked up with a satisfied smile, putting the lighter in his pocket and taking the fan out from his belt.
お前、渋谷がなんでここまで若者を引きつけるか知ってるか
五円玉が楕円を描くからっすか？
Sua meant it as a joke, but Ban calmly waved his fan and nodded.
まあ、そういうこと。
なぜこの渋谷という場所は若者たちをこんなにも引きつけると思う？
Fess began to talk about something completely different.
日本、いいえ、世界を見渡してみてもこんな場所は他になかなかないわ。
Did that have something to do with the D sword? If not, I didn't care. I needed Fess to tell me how to get a real D sword.
新宿でも池袋でもなくても渋谷、この街の名前はとりあえず聞いてしまうくらい。
The two Fesses were speaking to me simultaneously, one in front of me and one in back. They were in perfect sync. It felt kind of strange. Maybe Fess had split. Maybe one of them was real and the other wasn't. Or maybe both were fake.
日本中の人たちに刻まれているわ。若者の街という記号。なぜかしら。
Why? Well, I didn't care.
ファッションの街だから。お店がたくさんあるから。流行の発信者だから。よくテレビに映るから。交通の便がいいから。違うわ。どれ？
The two Fesses paused for a moment. I felt awkward with a Fess watching me both in the front and the back.
大いなる意志よ。工事存在。もっとわかりやすく言えば神による意志なの。
Could this be? Was I being recruited for some kind of weird cult? I started to panic. I wasn't sure if I should run. When she said her next words, that ceased to be an option.
理想度もまたその意志による導きよ。
引力ってあるだろう。
Ban headed out of the narrow street and back towards Shibuya Station. Suwa had been sure they were going to Shinsen, so he looked confused as he followed.
万有引力のことっすか？
Universal gravitation, a physical law discovered by Newton that says that everything with mass, whether it matter or energy, exerts a force on every other mass. The pull, gravity, planets exert on each other follows this law. The stronger the mass, the more force is exerted, and the further away the two masses are, the weaker the force becomes. The famous story of Newton getting the idea when he saw a tree falling from an apple is, unfortunately, likely a myth.
よく知ってるじゃねえの。さすがいい大学出てるだけあるな。
Ban grinned, but Suwa just looked annoyed.
あいにく大学じゃオカルトは勉強しなかったっすけどね。
オカルトじゃねえよ。世界には引力がアンバランス化してる地域ってのが何か所かある。
アンバランス化っすか。
振り子が楕円を描いたのもその影響ってこった。G レートって呼ぶらしい。
GE レート。
ああ、正式名称は何だっつってたかな。グルバケーション、グラリッシュ、えら
引力ならグラビテーションじゃないですか。グラビテーションエラーレート。
おお、そうそれだ。グラビテーションエラーレート。
直訳すると万有引力の異常値っすか。
物理学の辞典を調べりゃ載ってるはずだぞ。
乗ってたっすかね。
GE rate, the rate at which universal gravitation is unbalanced. Universal gravitation was a basic natural force discovered by Isaac Newton. It was a force that worked on both matter and energy. The layers of geologic strata below the Earth's surface were said to have a huge effect on it. Layers of volcanic rock beneath the Earth, for example, were known for screwing up magnetic fields. That was why, for instance, compasses wouldn't work in the Aokigahara forest at the base of Mount Fuji. A fossil layer would be another example. It would contain large amounts of iron and calcium, and research showed that these could reflect magnetism. And magnetite, especially, was known for its effect on gravity. Magnetite, a type of iron ore which is used to make magnets, is black and lustrous in color. Its crystal structure is an octahedron. Magnetite was a naturally occurring magnet with octahedral crystals. If enough of it were to ever be found in a single place, that would exist as a geologic dike. It would be as if the surface of the Earth itself had turned into a magnet, and would likely have a slight effect on the gravity in the area. You could take the effect these geological factors had on the gravitational balance of an area and turn it into a number. That number was its GE rate. By the time Ban finished his explanation, the two of them were out on one of the bigger streets in Dokenzaka. The whole area suddenly seemed much brighter.
渋谷の平均 GE レートは世界でもトップクラスらしいぜ。地面に置いたボールが一人でに坂を登っていくようなケースもあるらしい。
か？
Suwa had been quietly listening until now, but his reaction was a little overdramatic.
まるで SF 映画の世界っすね。
お前の好きなな。
自分は小難しいのは嫌いっすよ。壮大なスケールの映画がいいっす。
知らねえよ。
先輩の説明はすごくもっともらしいっすけど、なかなか信じられないっすよ。GE レートなんて聞いたこともないっすし。
てめえの無知を一般論として語るな。デカに必要なのは事実を客観視することだぞ。
はあ、でも
Suwa was right. GE rates were a minor field of study, and not something you would ever learn in a typical college curriculum. Ban had only found out about them a few weeks ago.
そもそもまだ肝心の答えを聞いてないっすよ。渋谷の重力がアンバランスだとなんで若者が引きつけられるんすか？
引力と人間ってのは意外と因果関係があるってことだよ。お前、生き物のバイオリズムは月の引力に関係してるっての知ってたか？潮の満ち引きだけじゃねえんだぜ。
ウミガメの産卵には月の影響があるらしいってのはどっかで耳にしたことがあるっす。
ああ、必ず満月の夜に産卵するってやつだな。だがウミガメだけじゃねえ。他に有名なのだとサンゴが産卵するのも満月の夜だ。
ああ、海の中が雪降ってるみたいになるやつっすね。
満月の夜は引力も強くなってるって科学的に実証されてんだ。当然人間にもその影響は及んでる。
人の出産にもってことっすか？
出産だけじゃねえよ。バイオリズムって言ったろ。普通の生理現象はもちろん交通事故や事件、病気、食欲とか性欲とかにも密接なつながりがある。興奮すると頭に血が上ってるって言うだろう。あれは月の引力に引っ張られてるんだよ。
そりゃ極論だと思うっすよ。まるで個々の感情なんて関係なくて全部月のせいだって言ってるようなもんじゃないですか。
そこまでは言わねえがな。集団心理って言うだろ。この町に来た途端に楽しい気分になったりちょっと無茶したくなったりするかもしんねえんじゃねえの。ニュージェネの一連の事件に対する反応だったそうだ。この町でそのニュースを見た連中は大抵反応が同じだ。どいつもこいつも楽しんでやがる。自分だけは被害者にならないって気持ちだ。対岸の火事を眺めていい気になってる。
そういう集団心理も GE レートのせいってことっすか？
可能性としてはありだろう。渋谷に来たら楽しい気分になるってのが若いやつらの頭の中に無意識にすり込まれれば。
若者がこの街に惹かれる理由になるってわけっすね。
Ban was impressed. Suwa was a quick learner. He was still young, but he was good at this stuff. And what made him different from the other kids was that he didn't just blindly follow his partner's orders. If something seemed wrong or if he had questions, he would speak up.
GE レートについては一応分かったっすけど、それでどうやって犯人を探すんですか？もし GE レートに影響されて今回みたいな事件が起きたってなら 何百年も前から似たようなことが起きてないと変なんじゃん。
そいつはこれから調べりゃいいさ。専門家だな。
先輩は調べないんすか？
俺はデカだぞ。
Ban grinned.
調べるのはニュージェネのことだけだ。そのために今日はわざわざ仕事サボって現場の GE レートを測ったんだ。もしこれまでの一連の現場の GE レートが異常を示したなら何を意味すると思う？
まさか。
Sua's eyes went wide, and he stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have noticed what Ban was leading him toward.
事件は G レートが異常を示している場所で起こるってことっすか？だとしたら次の事件が起こる場所をある程度予測できるんすね。
まだそう決まったわけじゃない。それをこれから調べるんだ。
There was something in this town. Something unknown, lurking behind the glamour and lights. Maybe it was Pandora's box, which nobody should ever open. Pandora's box, a mythical box that was a gift from the Greek gods, with a warning that was never to be opened. A woman named Pandora gave in to her curiosity and opened it anyway, and as a result, the disasters hidden inside were unleashed onto the world. The one thing that remained in the box, it is said, was hope. That's what Ban thought as he watched people come and go down the street. That was enough to make me finally snap. Vess had been continually changing the subject, talking about things that didn't matter at all. The Great Will, the reason young people came to Shibuya. I wasn't interested in those things at all. There was only one thing I wanted to know.
ディソードはどうすれば手に入る？
I worked up my courage and asked.
教えてよ。
Vess's expression of ennui stayed unchanged as she looked down at her own D-sword. It was such a huge sword, but she seemed to carry it like it weighed nothing. It occurred to me that Vess might be incredibly strong.
なんて。
After all that crap she made me listen to, she wasn't going to tell me the most important thing? What the hell? She didn't know, so how did she get the one in her hands? So people who didn't have the power couldn't see it. I could see it quite clearly. What did she mean by the power? Did she mean that I had superpowers too, like the two Vesses with me? If having that power was why Yua and Shogun were coming after me, then I didn't even want it. But I still wanted a D-sword. Vess said that having it would save me. The Great Will, the reason young people came to Shibuya, those things didn't matter to me. I didn't need any power. I didn't want any trouble. But the sword. I needed the sword to protect me from Yua and Shogun. But Vess's answer was vague and hard to understand. I bit my lip, trying to figure out how to get more information out of her. But I could barely talk to 3D girls even on a good day. Trying to figure out a way to get information out of one was beyond me. I tried to think back through the age games I had played to see if they would give me any ideas, but neither slip her an aphrodisiac, tie her up, or lock her in the basement seemed like good choices. Man, I just realized I might be a piece of shit.
君名前は？
え
Vess had turned away from me and was walking deeper into the tunnel.
私は岸本綾瀬。
Only then did I realize we hadn't introduced ourselves to each other.
西条匠
Vess, Ayase, had her back to me, so I couldn't see the look on her face. I couldn't tell why she had laughed.
また会いましょう匠。
Ayase got further and further away. I turned around, a little afraid to look at what the other Ayase was doing. And she was gone entirely. Whether she had literally disappeared or just walked out the tunnel, I couldn't tell. Ayase had said she was a delusion. Was that the power of a D-sword? I looked back down the tunnel. There was another staircase 50 meters down the tunnel. Ayase was walking up it. Before long, she was entirely gone from view. I was left alone with the silence of the eerie tunnel. I didn't have the courage to yell at her, and I was too tired and lazy to run after her. In the end, all I could do was go back home and try my best to make sure Yua and the police didn't find me. It felt like a long time since I had been back to the base. In fact, though, I had only been gone about 12 hours. The PC was still on, and my Sabertan screensaver was smiling into the dark room. I made sure to carefully lock the door from the inside, and then threw myself on the sofa. When I closed my eyes, all the things that had happened to me today came flooding back. I couldn't believe the cops thought I was the killer. They were totally wrong. There was no way I could kill anybody, right? Do your jobs, damn it. This isn't a game. I bet they were just coming after me because I was a creepy otaku. Otaku had low social status. Nobody would complain if I was made out to be the killer. They weren't making any progress finding the real killer, so they wanted to make me out to be a scapegoat. Damn it. How was I supposed to clear my name? The events at Cafe came back to me, and I shivered. There was somebody even scarier than the police out there. Yua was my enemy. I would let my guard down because I hadn't seen her for a while. I had thought she was just going to leave me alone. But today I realized my mistake. I needed the D-sword to fight these people. I looked over at the cheap sword next to my computer. It was a fake. According to Ayase, only those with power could see a real one. But Nanami had been able to see mine on the day I bought it. And unlike Ayase's and Senna's, my sword didn't glow. Where was the real sword? I needed it as soon as I could get it. Otherwise, I was doomed. I was so sick of all this awful stuff that kept happening to me.
あなたは DID 多重人格なんです。
No, that's not true. It's impossible. They say multiple personality disorder is really rare in Japan, don't they? You just saw too many movies and read too many novels. I didn't have multiple personalities. There was no evidence anywhere.
違う。あれは違う。
but it would explain that chat log.
あんなの捏造だ。証拠にはならない。
But there's no evidence that I don't have multiple personalities either.
先生は僕を多重人格だなんて診断しなかった。
But then Dr. Takashina vanished right after that, for no good reason.
僕は僕だ。僕が一番よく知ってる。
But I wasn't sure who I was. Suddenly I felt the prickling on the back of my neck. The same as always, someone's gaze watching me. Whose eyes are those?
そうだ。将軍だ。あいつが犯人だ。チャットログにもそう書いてあったじゃないか。ユアは将軍の手下だし。ニュージェネ事件だって全部将軍が。
But did Shogun even really exist? How did I know that he wasn't just a delusion?
僕はまともだ。まともなんだ。そうでしょう。
I held my head in my hands and screamed out to an empty room. An answer came from
メールだよボケナス
Sarah. I slowly walked over to my PC and opened the mail. It was from Grimm. The subject was "Found something cool." It was probably more Guro or some mental browser crash image. I didn't have time to deal with his trolling, but I decided I would at least read it. Nightheart, how come you're not in chat? You're not playing ESO either. I couldn't find you, so I had to send you an email. This video's totally nuts. You gotta see it. I know you probably think I'm just trolling you, but it's not got the new Gen killer in it. Everybody online's talking about it, so you gotta watch it, or you'll be left out. A video of a new Gen murder taken by the killer. My fingers were shaking on top of the mouse. I couldn't take my eyes off the text. Did it show who the killer was? Who was it? Was it me? Part of me wanted to see it, and part of me firmly resisted. This would be proof. Proof I wasn't the killer. Or maybe proof that I was. I didn't know which it would be. It was like gambling in a way. I felt my heart begin to race as I moved my mouse cursor over the link, but I couldn't work up the courage to click it.
私あなたを助けたい
Shut up. Don't treat me like I'm the killer. Don't try to have sympathy for me. I didn't do it. You're the one that's working for the killer. Anger boiling within me, I clicked the link. It opened a Mewtwo page. The video's window read loading.
僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない。
The video only took 10 seconds to load, but to me, those 10 seconds felt like an eternity. Eventually the loading ended and the video began to play. It was showing someplace very dark. The background was totally black. Was it indoors somewhere, maybe? I brought my face close to the monitor to see if I could make out any details. It was dark and hard to tell, but there seemed to be several boys and girls there. They were all talking really loudly. Maybe it was the low audio bitrate of the video, or maybe it was that they were all so excited, but I couldn't make out what they were saying at all. Sometimes they would scream violently, and the static from the low-quality mic would be awful. After watching a while, I could tell that there were 5 people there. 6 if you included the cameraman. The cameraman was carefully staying out of frame. It was hard to make out the faces of the others in the darkness, too. They seemed to be cheering each other, rubbing each other's foreheads, giving out friendly pats on the back, and hugs. The girls seemed to be crying with joy in loud voices, too. It was a strange scene, sure, but what did it have to do with Nugent? Was it really the Nugent killer who was filming this? If nothing else, I didn't remember doing it. After a short while, the person holding the camera, slowly began to move forward. The 5 people in the shot, originally about 5 meters away, began to loom larger in the frame. The video's resolution was very low. Maybe they would drop the bitrate down as low as it could go during encoding to keep the file size as low as possible. Cameras these days all had night mode on them. Why wasn't the cameraman using it? Maybe it was an old camera. Suddenly the camera panned from left to right, showing the surrounding area. What I thought was a black background was actually the night sky. This video was being filmed outside. The reason I hadn't seen any buildings was because they were on top of a skyscraper. The 5 boys and girls were standing right on the edge of a tall skyscraper. Behind them was a sheer drop. You could see the lights of Shibuya spreading out from below.
これ
Finally, I understood. I knew what this footage meant. I knew why Grimm said the Nugent killer had to have taken it.
集団だいぶ
The case where 5 boys and girls had jumped off the locked roof of Cornelius Tower. The one Nugent case where they weren't sure if it was a suicide or a murder. If this video showed the 5 who had died in the jump, then that would mean a 6th person was there when it happened. I had been wrong about what they were doing. They were all crouching on the ground, clinging together and crying. They all seemed to know they were about to die, and they couldn't accept it. One was shaking their head no over and over. One was on their knees, sobbing and ripping at their hair. One was screaming at the cameraman, demanding to know why they were doing this. One had already gone crazy and was crying while they laughed. What I saw was a violent desire for life and a powerful wish to not die, and helpless fury at the unfair situation they were in. But what was strange was the cameraman's voice wasn't in the video at all. The person recording the video was almost eerily calm.
やめろやめろ
The video was close to a month old. Nothing I said now would change it. I knew it was meaningless, but I still couldn't help but scream at the monitor.
こいつらみんな死にたくなんかないんだぞ
But, of course, my words went unheard, and the person holding the camera kept walking toward the 5 of them. They began to crawl away from the camera in fear, but it didn't matter. The edge of the heliport was right behind them. There wasn't any kind of safety fence. There was nowhere to run for the 5 of them. Another step back and they would fall. The camera slowly kept going forward, as if taunting them, oblivious to their cries. But even as it got closer, whoever was holding it did nothing but move forward. Then suddenly, all 5 fell silent. They didn't make any motion toward each other, and nothing happened to cause it, but they all fell silent at the exact same moment. They stood up. The wind on top of Cornelius Tower was strong. It threatened to knock them over. If they slipped, they would fall. And then they all took each other's hands, as if in resignation, their hands clasped tightly with one another's.
よせ、やめろ、謝るな。
Silence. Even the sound of the blowing wind felt like it had stopped. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the cars traveling on the highway below the skyscraper. The cameraman still didn't do a thing. And then one of the five, ever so softly, whispered.
その目誰の目？
I froze in front of the monitor as if a cold hand had reached into my chest and grabbed my heart.
なんでまたその言葉なんだよ。
This was the first new Jin case, right? Why had this boy suddenly said, "Whose eyes are those?" That was the dying message in the fourth case, the vampire incident. This made no sense. The video continued, oblivious to my screams. The five of them slowly stepped off the edge, as if there was a path waiting for them there, and then they fell off into the darkness of the city sky. I bit my lip and covered my eyes. Group dive wasn't a suicide. This was a murder. The killer was right there when it happened. And who was the cameraman? I knew the answer. Muffled by the strong wind on the roof, hidden by the sounds of the screaming and crying, and between the bursts of car horns from the highway below, there was another sound that I could just barely hear. It was the sound of creaking metal, a sound that I only heard when the cameraman moved forward, the sound of a wheelchair.
あの時、僕の前に現れたのは現実だったんだね。カメラの目線が低すぎだよ。将軍。
Chapter 4, D-Sword. Chapter 5, Delusions. The news about the leaked video of the group dive quickly became a huge deal, of course. The net was, like Grimm said, in an uproar. A lot of people on 8chan were saying that this proved that all 4 new Jin murders were committed by the same person. The killer has got to be Whose Eyes Are Those? The guy who upped the video to YouTube has to be the killer, right? Totally Whose Eyes Are... Okay, I'll call the cops. Whose eyes are those? The message showed up at the Vampire crime scene too. Now there's a connection between the first and last new Jin murders. People have been saying there was no connection at all, but I guess they were wrong. So then the pregnant man and crucified are also. Oh shit. This is exciting. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how to say that, but that symbol, the little curvy symbol and RY, apparently that's net slang meaning etc. Okay. Whose eyes are those? And since the vampire case was the first time we saw Whose Eyes, that means the killer can't be somebody who saw the group dive and tried to copy it. They have to be the same guy. Don't look at me. Whose eyes are those? I saw the video and it looks like fake bullshit to me. I bet one Perica it's some theater group trying to make a name for themselves. Don't say whose eyes, guys. You're just egging the killer on. So this means all the new Jin murders were the same guy, right? Whose? Perica, a fictional currency used in a certain manga. Eyes are those. Maybe the other side of that ledge only drops down 2 meters and there's like a mat or something under it. Agreed. As long as that phrase is popular, we're going to keep seeing more murders. Cut it the hell out. It's not funny anymore. Whose eyes? I live in Shibuya. Don't look at me. It's the most viewed YouTube video. Don't look at me. It's a top article on MHK News. Who has whose eyes claimed responsibility yet? The TV news was just as excited. 140 was right. All the non-government run TV stations, except for TVTK, had done specials on it, and they've been showing the video non-stop. None of the specials were longer than an hour, but the fact that the video was broadcast all over the country was shocking. Of course, all the stations cut the last part where they actually jumped, but the effect they had was incredible. The TV commentators were saying more or less the same thing as the internet, that all 4 of the new Jin cases were the work of the same killer. It was inevitable that they would say that. At last, the new Jin case had something in common. Whose eyes are those? The phrase that was so popular in Shibuya right now. It had originally been thought that these words only appeared during the 4th incident, the Vampire case. But one of the victims of the group dive said the phrase as well, despite it taking place over a month before Vampire Now, out of the 4 murders, it had appeared in 2, the first and the most recent one, which meant it was probably the same person responsible for all 4. The police held an emergency press conference to announce that they were doing everything they could to find the uploader of the video. A few politicians issued statements expressing their anger and sorrow and demanding that the killer be caught immediately. The video was deleted by YouTube's administrators less than 3 hours after upload, but it was too late. Channels everywhere had downloaded it already, and nobody could stop it from being spread now. And then, late that night, the police made their next announcement. The video of the group dive incident was uploaded from a manga cafe named @Cafe, specifically the PC in room 37. Mm, 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 mm. I sat in my seat and leaned forward, my head pressed against my arms. I had been listening in on the conversations around me without even realizing I was doing so. Today I was feeling really sensitive toward other people's voices. After listening to a few conversations, I realized that everybody was talking about the group dive, just like I thought they would be. Some of the girls were even saying, "Whose eyes are those?" as a joke. I bit my lip and stared down at my desk. That video was proof. Proof that Shogun was real. Proof that I wasn't the killer. So I didn't have multiple personalities. The old man in the wheelchair was the new Jin killer. But why had Shogun uploaded the video? Nobody had any clues to the identity of the killer. Why would he reveal himself now? I had thought about it and come to 2 possible conclusions. The first was that Shogun may have just wanted attention and recognition for his crimes. Given how he had shown himself to me, that seemed likely. The other was as a challenge to me. For some reason, Shogun and his servant Yua were after me. I didn't know why, but they had almost succeeded in making me out to be the new Jin killer. The police might still suspect me. Shogun was trying to trap me even now.
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた？目覚めるんだ。早く。でないと、もっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。忘れないで。君は逃げちゃいけない。
That's what the shogun I had seen had said. As near as I could tell, what he meant to say was, I'm going to kill you. So, don't run away. It was a threat. And now he had uploaded a video for all of Japan to see. He was escalating things. He must have moved to the next stage of his plan. But it would be naive to think this meant he had given up on me. I should assume that his attacks and plots were only going to get worse. I was scared. That video was terrifying. Shogun was weaker and frailer than even I was, but he had killed 5 teenagers without even laying a finger on them. If he was behind all of the new Jin killings, that would mean that even the pregnant man, crucified, and vampire were all done by his hand, despite his tiny, frail body. Or maybe Yua had helped. Either way, I didn't have any hope of protecting myself from people who could do something like that. I felt anger at being chosen as their target so arbitrarily, but I also felt afraid of them. And then, whose eyes are those? There was that message, too. Whenever I let my guard down for a moment, my body started to shiver. I had to stay tense at all times if I was going to keep myself from losing control. I kept a close eye on my surroundings and made sure I was ready to run if somebody approached. Shogun, or maybe Yua, could appear at any moment. It was entirely possible that Shogun had more servants than just Yua. After all, maybe some of my classmates, the kids who were laughing and chatting around me right now, were under his influence too. I had to avoid being caught off guard like I was at Cafe yesterday. Otherwise, this time I would be killed. I needed to find that D-sword. If I wanted to get out of this alive, I needed that D-sword. After talking to Ayase and Senna and looking on the internet, I was getting more and more sure of it. If I could get the D-sword, I would be saved. While I was watching things unfold on the internet last night, I had also been doing everything I could to find information on the D-sword. I had gotten nowhere. I moved my hands up to my head and tore at my greasy hair. How the hell was I supposed to get a D-sword?
見つけなくちゃいけない。自分自身で。方法なんて私にはわからないの。
That's what Ayase had said, but I didn't even have a hint as to where to start. It wasn't fair. I was getting more and more scared, and I wasn't making any progress. The fear was crushing me. I had to find it. I had to find the D-sword fast. I needed the D-sword no matter what. Gotta find it. Gotta find it or it's over. I have to find it before I become the victim in the next new Jin case. But find it how? I didn't even know where to start. There has to be a hint, some kind of hint. If I don't hurry, I'll lose my chance. Can I find it? I didn't have time to be here at school. My life and graduating school. There was no question which one was more important. So why was I? Then I heard somebody getting closer to my seat. I tensed up, jerking my head upwards.
びっくりした。
It was Remy. She was standing there blinking in surprise at my sudden movement. You're the one that surprised me. Don't scare me like that. I relaxed, sighed, and dropped my head back onto the desk.
タク、大丈夫？
She peered over me like she always did. I quickly looked away.
顔、真っ青だよ。汗もすごいし、目も血走っちゃってる。
Was Remy on my side, or was she my enemy? After she had saved me once, I was a lot less cautious around her. But that meant I was also just ignoring all the things that made me suspect her in the first place. Why did I see her covered in blood during the crucified murder? If she and I were friends since my first year of school, why didn't I remember it?
タク、体調悪いの？
Remy looked a little concerned.
なんでもない。
I turned my head away from her. There was no way I could ask her any of those questions to her face. When the day's classes finally ended, I was mentally exhausted. Even during class, I had been ignoring the lecture and constantly keeping an eye on my surroundings. I hadn't slept since yesterday, but I felt so tense that I was actually more alert than usual. The school day seemed to drag on for an eternity, and the longer it went, the more miserable I felt. Why did time seem to pass so much slower or faster depending on your mental state? They say time flows at the same rate for everybody, but there's no way that's true. Time is subjective. If you asked me, the things like hours and minutes were just somebody's secret conspiracy to hide that subjectivity, to make everyone think it was the same. And if time's flow was subjective, didn't that imply you could control it too? I only thought of that because of what Cinna said about controlling other people's will. Didn't that imply?
生まれながらに目が不自由な人でも目の前にある景色がちゃんと見えるようになる。ビデオカメラのような映像機器を介してな。
If you could take the image recorded by a video camera, turn it into electrical pulses, and send it into the brain in a way that could be understood, didn't that imply that you could also take the images in the mind and turn them into electrical signals too, then send them to some kind of device to be turned into video? There was no need for the signals to be coming from a video camera anyway. For example, what if you hooked up a hard drive with a recording of a travel program? Or what if it wasn't a travel program, but an anime? An anime is just a delusion. It's 2D. But somebody born blind would never even have seen 3D images. If you told them this was what the world looked like, would they believe the 2D world was real? Wouldn't that mean, from their perspective, that a delusion was real? For example, let's say that somebody we'll call A has an image in their brain. You could send it to a hard drive and then turn it into a video, and then broadcast it into B's brain. Then A's delusion would become B's reality. Their delusions would become real. It would be theoretically possible, right? Wow, I'm a genius. I became incredibly excited about my own idea. Maybe this was the key to getting a D-sword. Ayase had said a D-sword was a delusion after all. Okay, time to head home and look it up online. After that, I leaped up, bag in hand, and ready to go. But that girl was standing at the door, looking at me. I screamed. Half my classmates were still in the room. I could feel them staring at me coldly. Stop. Run away. Don't look at me. Run away. Please don't look at me. Run. Panicking, I knocked aside my classmates and headed out the other door, the one opposite from where Yua was standing. I ran until I made it to the courtyard, where I was suddenly overtaken by the urge to vomit. I tried to hold it in, but it was useless. I dropped to my knees and threw up. Stomach acid stung my throat. My eyes were blurring. It hurt to breathe. There was a disgusting taste left in my mouth from the vomit. I guess I was under a lot more stress than I thought I was. Maybe it was because I had been up all night. I wiped the edges of my mouth as I looked around frantically. Nobody was there, but the blind spots and shadows I normally ignored now seemed terrifying to me. I started to think that Yua and Shogun could be lurking anywhere, and once the idea was in my head, I couldn't take another step. Somebody help me. I wanted to cry, and the urge to vomit came back too. This time I didn't throw up, but I coughed and gasped for air. It hurt so much that even more tears came. Then I felt a soft hand rubbing my back. I turned around, afraid.
大丈夫
Remy was there.
大丈夫だよ
She wasn't asking me. She was gently telling me.
私はタクの味方だから
She showed no sign of disgust at the smell of my vomit, or the way my face was covered in snot and tears, with dried remains of my stomach's contents crusting the corners of my mouth. She had a gentle smile on her face, as if she was trying to make me feel better. She came up to me and rubbed my back gently. Why? When I had wanted somebody to save me before, she would appear then too, like a superhero coming to save the day. Why was it that having her around me made me feel so much safer? Why did I feel so much better? The next thing I knew, I was spilling my guts out to her, even though I hated talking about myself.
助けて一人は怖いんだ
Maybe that's why I had come to school today. Until now, I had always thought I was better off alone. Of course, I was still afraid of talking to anybody. I didn't think I had any hope of being friends with them. But after everything I was going through with Yua and Shogun, I felt so scared and lonely. I wanted somebody to be by my side. I didn't even need them to be nice to me. I just needed them to be there.
一人は怖い
だったら私が一緒にいてあげる
In her words, there was no malice, no hesitation.
さすがに24時間ずっとは無理だけど
She smiled and suddenly looked up at the sky. What was she looking at? It felt like she was staring at something far off in the distance.
朝一緒に学校行って学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話してお昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて夕方一緒に帰って帰るついでにたまにどこかのお店に寄ったりしてタクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりしてそれでまた明日ねって手を振って別れてそんなのでいいなら 私いくらでもしてあげるよ。そういうの結構憧れなんだ。
But that almost sounds like you would be my girlfriend. I was in shock. She was serious, at least, as near as I could tell from looking at her.
どうしてどうしてそこまでしてくれるの？
それは
Because this was leading where I thought it was, right? Her next words might be, because I like you, right? I couldn't understand what about me she could possibly like, though. No. Wait. This was a Kome's trap. A clever trick to get me to let my guard down. It had happened before, right? Yua had deceived me and then betrayed me. I couldn't get my hopes up. I needed to imagine the worst case scenario. Rimi might be my enemy too.
石
She suddenly saluted me. I was caught off guard by her sudden action and worried that she might suddenly be about to reveal her horrible true nature. But I could still see the gentle smile on her face.
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ。私にしてみればタクを助けてあげるのは当然なの。どうしてとか寂しいこと言わない。わかった？
うん。
Friends. If she had said because you're my boyfriend, it might have felt like a whole new life for me was about to begin. But even if it was as friends, it made me so incredibly happy. Having someone else be nice to me. Having someone do something for me without expecting a reward. I didn't realize how happy that would make me. Maybe it was something I had never experienced before. But more than that, it made me feel like I wasn't alone. Rimi was my salvation. The urge to throw up finally subsided, and I felt a lot better.
はい。使う？
She offered me a red handkerchief that smelled like flowers. I took it, but I was hesitant to use it.
汚しちゃっていいよ。タクにあげる。
ありがとう。
I felt guilty, but at this point I decided to just take advantage of anything she would offer me. I wiped away the barf on the edges of my mouth. This was the first time a girl who wasn't in my family had given me a present. I wasn't sure if you could call it a present, though. But for somebody who was totally alone, like me, even something small like this was an incredible treasure. The joy and sense of relief made me feel like I was going to cry again.
それじゃあ帰ろっか。
She smiled innocently.
一緒に。
What she had just said about staying with me seemed, in her mind, to be a settled matter. I hadn't given an answer, but she didn't care. But of course I didn't plan on saying no. I was afraid of being alone. I didn't want to be alone. Right now, Rimi was all I could rely on. But that didn't mean that everything would be fine from now on. I still chose a different route home than usual, and I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way. Danger seemed to lurk in every shadow. Each time I came to an intersection, I had delusions of Yua and Shogun lurking around the corner, and froze up, unable to go forward. Then Rimi would go ahead of me, looking down the street and turning back to give me a nod.
大丈夫。誰もいないよ。
I gave a sigh of relief and followed her. Rimi stayed with me, not seeming annoyed at all.
ねえ、聞いていいかな。一体何があったの？
I wasn't sure whether I could tell Rimi. If I told her and Shogun came after her, too, that would be my fault.
話したくないなら無理に話さなくても。
いや、話すよ。
I started to speak. I was reluctant to get her involved, sure, but if I didn't explain what was going on, she wouldn't understand how desperate my situation was. I decided to ignore the risk to her for the sake of helping myself. She was the one who told me she would stay by my side, so it was okay, right? I told her about Shogun, the one behind the new Jin murders, about his servant Yua, that the two of them were after me, what had happened in front of the 107. I kept tripping over my tongue, but I managed to get it all out.
うーん。
When I told her about Shogun, the man in the wheelchair, she had frowned a little. That was the thing I wanted to ask her about most. Now was the perfect chance to do it too.
いたかな、車椅子のおじいさんなんて。
She didn't sound very confident.
思い出して。大切なことだ。
でも
She paused, as if she was about to say something that was hard to say.
そもそもあの時渋谷の駅前が無人だったなんてことなかったよ。いつもと同じだった。
So she hadn't seen anything strange at all that night. I had hoped she would tell me she had seen the same things I had. Remy and I had seen different things. Which of us had seen what really happened? Was I just wrong? Was that empty Shibuya just a delusion of mine? But there was a problem then. That old man in the wheelchair in the empty Shibuya. Shogun. How could you explain him? If the empty Shibuya was just a delusion, then Shogun might be a delusion too.
駅前って人が多いでしょ。だから車椅子の人がいてもなかなか気がつかないだろうし。要するに見てないってこと。ごめんね、役に立てなくて。
Shogun wasn't a delusion of mine. I was sure of that. I had thought he might be at first, but my opinion had changed totally after I had seen the video of the group dive. The Shogun who had taken that video was real. That was proof he existed. But the empty Shibuya could have been a delusion. Maybe. Shibuya had been filled with people then. It had just looked empty to me. That was all. But what did that mean?
ねえ、それよりお願いがあるんだけど、いい？
She put her hands together as if pleading with me.
CD を買いに行きたいんだ。せっかくここまで来てからちょっと寄っていきたいんだけど、いいかな？
To be honest, I wanted to get back to the base as soon as possible. I had only taken this longer route home because I thought Shogun and Yua might be trying to set an ambush for me. I didn't want to go shopping. But if I refused here, I might upset Remy. She might even get mad and leave me here. That would be bad. I needed her to stay with me. I didn't even think I could get back to the base on my own. In the end, I wasn't able to refuse. I followed behind her, fear increasing with each step I took. Hopefully, even Yua would be reluctant to attack me with this many people around. But I was more scared of the idea that Shogun and Yua could be lurking in the crowds than relieved by the thought of getting lost in them. Each time somebody came close to me, I felt myself screaming internally.
パトカーだ。
My body froze. I quickly hid behind Remy. She was right. There were 2 police cars stopped in the street. 3 uniformed officers were standing next to them. The police were after me too. I hadn't actually done anything, but they were too stupid to understand that. Were they looking for me? I wondered. But after a moment I realized they weren't. They were staring at a crowd that was marching down the street. A protest, maybe. They were all carrying signs and waving flags, and they even had sashes and headbands. There was a little girl in the rows of protesters, looking confused as she was pulled along by her parents. On her shirt the words, "Whose eyes are those?" were written with a black magic marker. I bit my lip when I saw it.
何のデモだろうね。
The crowd was full of men and women, and the people were of all ages. As they marched, they would sometimes yell out slogans. Drive the demons out of Shibuya.
悪魔。
Some of the signs said things like, "Drive the demons out of Shibuya," or "Protect Shibuya from terrorists." It was probably a protest over the new Jin murders. Protesting wasn't going to accomplish anything. If they had time to protest, they should just find and kill Shogun instead. Then I wouldn't have to feel so scared all the time.
タク、行こう。
Remy looked away from the protesters, seemingly disinterested, and began to walk toward the CD shop. Once inside, she headed straight for the indie CD corner. Unlike the J-pop section, there weren't many people here. She stopped in front of the P shelf and began to look for a CD, but she quickly gave up.
やっぱりないな。
An indie band whose name started with P. Could it be?
タクはファンタズムってバンドを知ってる？今話題になってるけど。
I should have guessed that was what she was after. Of course I knew about them. I had gone to a concert and even owned a CD. I nodded and she chuckled.
私、そういう情報は結構疎くて、最近になって知ったんだ。それで、友達に借りようかと思ったんだけど、なかなか手に入らないらしくて、誰も持ってないんだよ。だから、CD 買うしかないかなって思って、ここ1週間ぐらいあちこち探してみたんだけど、どこも売り切れ中。次はいつ入るんだろう。
僕持ってる。
Remy's eyes went wide.
持ってるって CD?
I nodded, and then Remy. Put her hands on my shoulders. Her face was so close, I almost flinched. The smell of her shampoo tickled my nostrils, and I could feel my face turning red.
ねえタク、取引しよう。
Trade.
その CD 貸してくれたら、見返りに私。
Her face was dead serious. I gulped. I'll what?
と。
She seemed to be lost in thought. Did she not actually have any ideas?
見返りなんていらない。
それって貸してくれないっていうこと？
Remy looked sad.
そっか、残念。
いや違うよ。見返りなんて必要ないってこと普通に貸すよ。
タク、
She gave me a brilliant smile. She looked so happy. I thought she might jump on me and give me a hug right there. Normally, girls were never happy about anything I did, so it made me happy too. I was glad I worked up the courage to say she could borrow it.
美人。じゃあ見返りなしで借ります。となれば善は急げ。タクの家にレッツゴー。
I managed to get back to the base safely. Of course, it was thanks to Remy. I was grateful to her. I wish she hadn't refused me when I asked for a little time to clean up my room before she came in, though.
だって前に来た時に汚いっていうのはよーくわかったし、今さら片付けたって無駄だよ。かっこつけなくてもいいって、私とタクの中でしょね。
Were we too close for that? My memories of Remy were completely gone, so I didn't really know. Sometimes I was surprised at how overly friendly Remy seemed. It didn't really bother me, but it was clear that there was a difference in how we felt about personal space. Was she really serious when she said she didn't care if I cleaned up my room? There were discarded food containers from the convenience store on the floor, and stacks of H-game boxes with XXX rated covers on the bed. Either Remy was really brave, or she didn't see me as any kind of potential threat at all. I wasn't sure how I felt about either option. Remy didn't seem to have noticed my discomfort at all, though. She sat down on the sofa and was staring at the lyrics booklet from the Phantasm CD. I sat down on my computer chair. At last I could relax. Fear had worn me down today, but I didn't feel as tired as I thought I would. Probably because Remy was here with me.
さて、どうしよっか。
She shut the lyrics booklet and gave a big stretch as she smiled at me. What should we do? Don't ask me. Remy hadn't come here to hang out. She hadn't come to borrow a CD either. I was glad she was staying here, but what exactly were we supposed to do? Did we have to do anything? If this was an H game, we would go straight to an H scene, but no. I shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that right now. Being alone in my room with the 3D girl was already a tense enough situation. If I started having delusions, I might end up saying something I regretted. Silence. Remy was sitting there staring at the manga on the floor and the H games on the bed. This was awkward. I felt like I should say something, but the only things I knew how to talk about were anime and video games. I couldn't imagine Remy knew much about either of them. It was Remy who had offered to stay with me. Maybe she would say something. If she was hoping for me to take the lead in the conversation, she was asking the wrong person. I really hated dealing with 3D girls. I appreciated her being with me, but this silent pressure was unbearable. Part of the problem was how dark this room was. It made the mood feel kind of erotic. I turned back to my PC, unable to bear the awkwardness anymore. There was something I had to look up. It was the idea I had had back at the school, the one that might give me a hint towards finding the D sword. Is it possible to turn the thoughts in your head into a video? What Cinna had told me before about VR technology and how humans run on electricity felt like it could be a good starting point.
何してるの？
Remy stood up and walked over to me. Should I explain? How to explain? It felt like it would be a big pain in the ass.
ねえねえ、何してるか教えてよ。
Since I didn't answer, Remy started poking me in the back with her finger. I couldn't just ignore her, right?
君はその妄想が現実になるって信じられる？
I kept typing search keywords into the browser instead of looking back at her. If anything, I was looking at Seiratan as I spoke.
妄想が現実に？無理でしょう。もしそれができたら、人はとっくに万能になってるよ。
Anything they wanted. That might be true. In your delusions, you could do anything, no matter how unreal. If those delusions could become real, that would mean the unreal could become real too.
それがどうしたの？
それに近いシステムがアメリカで特許あるんだ。
へえ、冗談でしょ。
I wasn't looking at her, but I could sense her giving me a sigh of disbelief. I decided to show her the image of the patent that Shiho had found for me.
これは？
特許の証拠写真。
え、本当に？
She leaned forward and stared at the monitor. Her head was now right next to mine.
あ、私英語って苦手。すごいね、タク。英語読めるなんて。
She was so close. I could even see the sparkle in her eyes as the monitor's light reflected off them. My heart skipped a beat again.
ねえねえ、どういうことか教えてよ。
She seemed to have taken an interest. I tried my best not to think about how close she was, moving my head so that I could see both Seiratan and the monitor at all times.
生まれながらに盲目の人でもビデオカメラみたいな映像機器を通すことでそこに映る景色が見えるようになるんだ。これ豆知識な。
ビデオカメラが目の代わりっていうこと？
そう。VR 技術って言うんだよ。
へえ、もし本当だったらすごいな。
It is true. Senna said that they had even succeeded in testing it.
でも機械を使って目が見えるようになるのと妄想が現実になるってどうつながるの？私頭悪いからよくわかんないや。
As I explained my theory to Remy, I kept on typing keywords into the search engine, but nothing was coming up. I kept going anyway.
映像機器に映る景色も脳内で思い浮かべた妄想も電気信号だから。逆に考えるんだ。脳内に電気信号を送るんじゃなくて脳内から電気信号を送るって考えるんだ。
ほほう。
Her responses were dull, almost blank. Maybe she didn't understand at all. I was tired of explaining things to her, so I just stopped talking. I focused on my research. I didn't really need her to understand anyway. It was just an idea I had come up with. Remy was still nodding and murmuring even though I had stopped talking. I decided to just ignore her. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find anything to back up my theory. I decided to change my approach and look at patents instead of just web pages. I went to the English site that Shiho told me about that had a list of patents. I would look and see if anything there could give me any hints. After following a bunch of links, I finally found something similar to what Shiho had shown me before. It was a different patent document than the one for the VR device. I decided to read it immediately.
神経信号パルスを遠隔地からモニターし、それを映像および音声として再現する装置と方法。
おお。
It was just what I had thought of. I leaned forward out of my chair.
これすごいぞ。
すごいの？何が何が？
簡単に言うと、これ他人の思考を盗撮する技術だ。
思考を盗撮。
In other words, you could use a special device to take a look at the images and sounds inside a person's head. And it even said you could monitor those nerve impulses from satellites. With this, you could read the mind of anybody on Earth.
本当にそんなことできるの？ SF 小説とかそういう類のものなんじゃ？
特許ってそのシステム自体が完全に仕上がってないと絶対に取得できないんだって。
That's what I had read when I looked up patents online.
だからこれもちゃんとシステムが確立されてるってことだよ。
This wasn't fiction. If you had the money and technological prowess to make the system, you could do it any time you wanted. I remembered what Senna had said.
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
I hadn't found any source to confirm or deny that, so it was just a guess. But the theory I had come up with had a source. Why wasn't this incredible news anywhere to be found in Japan? It felt like you could win a Nobel for it easily. I decided to search for things involving mind reading. What I found was a record of an American court proceeding.
また英文だ。頭痛くなってきそうだよ。
It was pretty long, so I didn't feel like trying to read it all. I decided to use translation software on it, even if it meant I might end up with something a little off. The basic idea was something like this. Legal proceedings. Plaintiff, N.K. Rabin defendant, United States Department of Defense, Central Intelligence Agency. Plaintiff's claims. My thoughts are being scanned by a special device, recorded, and sent somewhere via satellite. I am a hostage to the satellites. I am exposed to attack by multiple satellites night and day. Tracking 2. Mind reading. 1. Tracking. 2. Mind reading. 3. Observation of my entire body. 4. Biofrequency attacks. 5. Audio attacks. 6. Inducement of physical weakness. Beginning in late December 1990, I have been shown artificially created dreams, including audio, visual, and voice content, during my sleep. Between the months of February and May 1992, I was a victim of biofrequency attacks, pain, torture, harassment. I recognized that these were attacks upon my person, and beginning in February 1992, I began to record the following in my notes. Time, date, contents of particularly painful psychological attacks. These biofrequency attacks were performed upon every part of my body. The pain, torture, and harassment were finely tuned so that they would cause unpleasurable sensations, exhaustion, and pain to parts, and sometimes all, of my body. The major parts of my body that were affected are as follows: chest, vision, abdomen, brain, to cause sleep disorders, brain, to cause me to have artificial dreams.
思考監視、思考盗撮、しかも国家ぐるみ。マジ？
れ知ってる。何年か前に映画で見た。
That was just fiction, wasn't it? But these court proceedings were real. There were two possibilities. The plaintiff was just crazy, or it was all real. It was hard to tell which was true. After seeing the patent, it was probably real, but still. But Senna and Ayase weren't crazy, especially Ayase. Down in that tunnel, I had seen her split into two. I hadn't seen the moment it had happened, but when I had turned around, there was another Ayase, and I had seen her pull the D-sword out from nowhere too. That wasn't a hallucination or a delusion. After seeing that, I couldn't call her crazy. But there was also what she had said.
これも君の妄想よ。
So that strange thing I had witnessed had happened because I had seen it in my
ディソー
delusions.
ドは力を持つ人のみにしか映らない。君には私の剣が見えているでしょう。それが意味するのは一つだけ。
Was that what Ayase had meant by power? The power to project delusions into reality? And it was possible that I had it? No, no, no. I was jumping to conclusions. Maybe there was a system that could use science to turn delusions into video footage, but that didn't mean psychic powers were real.
見つけなくちゃいけない。自分自身で。方法なんて私にもわからないの。
But if maybe the way to get a D-sword involves some kind of psychic power. And if I had that power, it might be worth trying. I went and picked up the toy D-sword in the corner of the room. I stood in the middle of the room and held it out in front of me in the best approximation of an ESO character that I could do. Okay, time to envision a sword. Remy was looking at me. Our eyes met.
ふん。
She was grinning. I could feel my face getting warm. I had picked up the sword and posed with it, forgetting that there was someone else in the room with me. In Remy's eyes, I must look like a total weirdo. Maybe. Crap. I put down the sword. I was too embarrassed to look at her. I wanted to be anywhere in the world but where I was standing right now. Or maybe I could just get her to pretend she had never seen it. I was willing to beg if I had to, but Remy decided to just make things worse.
ねえねえ、チャンバラごっこ？
I shook my head.
いつもそういうことしてるの？
Again, I shook my head.
今日が初めて？
I nodded fiercely.
チャンバラごっこの相手役、私がしようか？よくわからないけど。
I shook my head back and forth violently. I just told her it wasn't pretend fighting.
ねえたく、どうしてこっち見てくれないのかな？
Because I'm embarrassed, obviously. She had seen something I really didn't want her to see. This must be what it felt like when a girlfriend found her boyfriend's porn.
たくってさ、
Was she disgusted by me? This was the worst. I had to find some way to help her realize it was a misunderstanding.
かわいいね。
え？
かなりキュンときちゃったな。今のは。
She had picked up the Saratan body pillow that was next to my computer chair and was hugging it tightly. I thought she was making fun of me, but from the way she was acting, she was serious. Did that mean that Remy had found me away for a second? I was relieved. She hadn't started hating me. Good.
そもそもそれどこで買ってきたの？高かったんじゃない？
1万円、渋谷の雑貨屋で。
へえ、1万円か。安いのか高いのかわからないけどでもそんな大きなおもちゃが普通に売ってるんだね。私そんな大きなのを直接見たのって初めて。その雑貨屋さんに売ってるっていうのは誰かに教えてもらったの？
She was really interested in this. Was she interested in swords like these? Maybe she was secretly an otaku herself. She had kind of made fun of me while I was holding it, but maybe she actually wanted one of her own. Wow, that's totally tsundere.
自分で調べた。ネットで。
ネットか。すごいな。何でも情報が手に入るんだね。私は全然ダメ。パソコンなんてろくに使えないよ。で、その剣って流行ってるの？
なんで？
タクはどうしてそれを買おうと思ったのかなって。
Should I tell her the truth? If she was going to stay with me, she might end up looking for the real D-sword with me too. Maybe I should tell her.
これは偽物だけど、本物があるんだ。
本物？
Remy seemed a little confused.
本物を持ってる人を僕知ってるんだ。2人いる。同じ学校の女子。
女子ね。
Welcome to the stream, Hershey. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Thank you very much for the lurk.
女の子がこんなおもちゃを欲しがるかな。
本当なんだ。それにおもちゃじゃない。
あ、ごめん。
本物は光るんだ。それにすごい存在感で。僕それを探してる。それさえ手に入れれば僕は救われるんだ。
救われるって。
Remy looked surprised by what I was saying, but I was totally serious. Having a D-sword would give me a way to fight back against Shogun.
それで
I want you to help me find it is what I wanted to say. But the thought of her saying no made me so scared that I couldn't ask. I threw the fake sword down on the ground and sat on the sofa. Then I sighed and closed my eyes. Maybe Remy would volunteer to help me find it. That would make things so much easier. Maybe that was too much to hope for. But Remy had appeared out of nowhere to help me before, when I needed her most. So maybe...
とにかくもし本物があったとしてもそれこそ買ったりしちゃダメだよ。今タクが持ってるのはおもちゃだからいいけど、本物ってことは銃刀法違反になっちゃうんだから。
My hopes were mercilessly dashed. Remy, I'm disappointed in you. Well, her reaction was the one that most people would have. The only reason I felt differently was because after all the weird things that had happened over the past few weeks, I believed what Senna and Ayase said. I would just have to find the D-sword myself.
それでタク、
I could feel Remy sitting down beside me.
その本物の剣を持ってる女子って誰かな？
Her voice was coming right next to me. She was sitting right beside me. We were alone in a dark room, just the two of us, and she was sitting right next to me. Emergency. We have an emergency here.
タクに女子の知り合いが私以外にいたなんてちょっとびっくり。もしかして彼女？
Did she have to ask that? Was she trying to tempt me, maybe? Why was she talking about girlfriends? Was she, maybe, going to tell me she wanted to be my girlfriend? And then there would be a romantic mood between us, and then... No, I wasn't ready for that. I opened my eyes and shook my head. Both Ayase and Senna were very mysterious. Also a little crazy, probably. If they were 2D characters, they would be really moe, but not in 3D. Especially since Senna. Just talking to her terrified me. She felt like she could beat me up at any moment. I didn't want to get involved with her at all if I could avoid it.
そっか。ちょっと安心したかな。
え
What did she just say? Crap. Crap. My whole body froze. This was leading where I thought it was, right? She meant what I thought she meant, right? She was trying to get me to say something here, right? What was I supposed to say? Was I supposed to give her the answer she wanted to hear? I mean, I liked the idea. I didn't know if I was up for dating a 3D girl. I glanced over at Remy, unsure of what to say. Wait, you can't sit like that. It's not fair. The way she was sitting with her legs up in that short skirt. Miss Sakihara, I think I can almost see your panties. Actually, depending on the angle, it almost looked like she wasn't wearing any at all. My eyes kept heading toward the triangle at the base of her thighs, her V zone. I tried desperately not to give in to the temptation. The way she was sitting, it reminded me of the cover of a famous H game. It was called Thrown Away Sister, and it was famous enough to get an anime. Its first edition package had the heroine sitting just like Remy was now. That illustration was so moe. I had even used it as my PC wallpaper for a while.
ねえ、タク。
はい
Crap, I had let my panic show in my voice. But you can't blame me, right? There was a 3D girl right next to me looking up at me questioningly. It's so cute. I'm going to die of moe. She's not even 2D. Even though my libido was roaring at full power, Remy's next words were,
タクは自分の未来を考えたことある？
え
例えば人を含めて全ての生き物は生きてるだけで何かを傷つけてるんだよ。
There was sorrow in her voice. What was she trying to say?
わかる？
だから
だからね。無理しないでいいからね。
Did she mean I didn't have to force myself to go to school? Or that I shouldn't force myself to spend hours grinding in ESO, and instead try to lead a healthier lifestyle? Or maybe even that I shouldn't force myself to stay in control, and if I wanted to take her right here, I could. That last one was impossible. She stretched expansively, then jumped up to her feet. The hem of her skirt was waving right in front of me.
私、喉乾いてきちゃった。何か飲み物ある？
I stood up and headed over to where the fridge was. I looked down into the fridge. I had a thing of soda, but I had already drank from it. Giving it to her would be weird.
ないなら買ってこようかな。コンビニって深センの駅前にあったよね。
I could sense Remy standing up behind me.
ちょっと行ってくる。
She smiled and left the room without waiting for my answer. Being alone with a girl was exhausting. Remy, I don't know if she realized it or not. Probably not, but the way she acted sometimes was bad for my heart.
くんかくんか。
I sniffed the area of the room. It smelled like flowers, or at least it seemed like it did. This was what a girl smelled like. This was Remy's scent. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in.
最低だ。
I sunk into my chair, disgusted at myself. I was supposed to be sitting here terrified of Shogun and Yua, and now I was all excited. I decided to do some more research on mind
Stream
reading
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
while Remy was out on her run to the store. I turned towards the PC and noticed that Grim was in the chat room calling for me. You there, Nightheart? Hey, Nightheart. I know you haven't left your house today. Want to chat for a while? I've got new info. Nightheart, come downstairs. It's dinner time. I sighed and entered the chat room. You're finally here. You took way too long, Nightheart. My mind's been going, whose eyes are those, this whole time thanks to you. Damn it. What does it even mean to go, whose eyes are those? You just wanted to say that. Every time I see those words, it scares me. What's your new info? New gen stuff, of course.
また。
It's happened. The 5th murder. Again. I felt the same dark terror I always felt, but I also felt confused. I had felt sure Shogun and Yua were going to come after me next, but instead they had gone after someone else. Of course, it was hard to say if I should be happy about that or not. Want to know more? It's on the top page of Taboo News. You'll find it easily if you look. When today did it happen? They found the body last night,
待て待て。
but the victim died the day before. This is another crazy one. You see, they took out the guy's brain. I panicked as Grim started to give me the details without any warning. I had already heard and seen enough disgusting stuff. I didn't even want to hear about it. If I did, I might end up imagining it happening to me too. I didn't even have my D-sword yet either. But Grim continued, oblivious. And here's where it gets really scary. How do you think they died? Malnutrition. They survived losing their brain. My body shook with fear. I pulled my knees close to me and wrapped my arms around them. I didn't want to hear any more. Just please, leave me alone. My health was already at 0. They were in something like a state of brain death. They must have been stuck like that for over a week, with no brain. They can't eat and can't drink, so their body just rotted away from malnutrition. At-chan already named it. Brain dead, they're calling it. These guys pick the best names. And here's the funny part. The guy was a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist losing his brain. Talk about ironic. A psychiatrist. Looking at the words made my heart race. Maybe I was overthinking things, but I didn't want to know. But part of me felt like I had to. I hesitated for a long time, but finally I clicked the link about the brain dead story at the top of Taboo News. Body of man found in Shibuya. Fifth Nugent case. Fumio Takashina, a psychiatrist at A.H. Tokyo General Hospital, was found collapsed on Shibuya Street early on the morning of the 23rd. Police have stated that he died from malnutrition. Mr. Takashina's skull had been cleanly cut open and the brain removed. The police stated that there was a possibility that the body had remained alive after the brain's removal in a state similar to brain death. Investigations revealed that Takashina had been absent from work starting the 10th of this month. Shibuya has been the subject of national attention since last month when a series of bizarre murders called the New Generation Madness began. The police are treating this murder as potentially related.
なんてことだ。なんて。
The victim's name was Fumio Takashina. It was Dr. Takashina. Dr. Takashina had been killed. They were taunting me. Shogun was clearly taunting me. He had killed Dr. Takashina, the man I was counting on to help me, just to scare me more.
そんな。助けて、誰か助けてくれ
I screamed. My head felt like it was tearing itself apart. I was going crazy.
やだ死にたくないよ死にたくないリミ助けて
I looked around the room for Rimi. I kept looking and looking and looking. She wasn't here. She wasn't here. She wasn't here. Why wasn't she here? She had left to go to the store. I fell to the ground, head in my
僕を
hands.
助けてリミ助けてよどこにも行かないで頼むよ
There was an answer. I gasped and looked up, and Rimi was standing right next to me, holding a bag from the store.
リミ
She was back. Relieved, I stretched out a hand. Rimi crouched down and took it with both hands. The last time I had touched them, Rimi's hands were cold. Now they were so warm.
ここにいる私はここにいるから怯えないで
Rimi smiled gently at me and wiped my tears away with her fingers. I was really pathetic. Crying, screaming, being afraid like this in front of a girl. But Rimi said she would be with me anyway. Right now, the only thing keeping my mind from shattering was this warmth. I didn't want to let go of this hand, not until I had the D sword. Something very strange was happening at Miyashita Park in the depths of night. Whose eyes are those? A large group was huddled in the middle of the park. There were at least 100 people there, probably more. Most of them were in their teens. Some were in their high school uniforms, while others were girls wearing fashionable clothes. There were boys wearing otaku-style glasses too, and even Genguro girls, a rare sight these days. From a distance it looked like some kind of local event, but if you got up close, you would realize just how strange it was. Everyone was looking down at the ground with blank stares on their faces. There were so many people here, but nobody was talking to each other. They were just standing there, unmoving. Everyone was smiling a little as they mumbled and muttered to themselves. They were all endlessly repeating the same words. Whose eyes are those? There was no emotion in their voices. The words came out of the mouths of 100 people, flat and toneless as a monk reciting a sutra. Of course, there was almost nobody else in the park, probably because they didn't want anything to do with this strange crowd. The women cutting through the park on the way home from work, the old ladies walking their dogs, they all turned and ran when they saw this bizarre sight. There was one man, though, who was watching them carefully. He seemed to have some involvement with the group, but he was standing a good distance away. He was wearing an outfit that would fit right in at Akihabara: plaid shirt, jeans, beat-up sneakers, fingerless gloves, and a red bandana, with a huge green backpack on his back. He was badly overweight, and his shirt buttons seemed like they might burst at any moment. It was late October, so the weather was cold, but he was sweating and constantly wiping his forehead down with a hand towel. He seemed worried about something, as if every few seconds he would look around and check over his shoulder. Between these checks, though, he would let his shoulders sway and grin with joy. There was another sound in the park alongside the strange chanting coming from the group. It was the sound of some kind of machinery, and it was coming from his backpack. Another team came into the park, this one a teenage girl in an unbuttoned blazer. She walked right toward the rest of them, showing no signs of fear at the strange chanting. Her long black hair flowed in the wind with every step she took. For some reason, she had a half-eaten popsicle in her hand. The group ignored her completely. They were lost in their own world, endlessly repeating the same phrase over and over. The fact that they ignored her didn't seem to bother her at all. When she got close to the group, she suddenly stopped. She stood for a moment, eating her popsicle with an air of indifference. You could hear the sound of crunching ice coming from her mouth when she took a bite. When she finished her popsicle, she looked at the stick, then grunted in frustration and threw it on the ground. Her gaze was sharp as she examined each individual in the crowd. The man with the backpack screamed as if he couldn't take it any more. The girl, Sina Aoi, had noticed that he was the only person paying any attention to her. She snorted derisively at him, then suddenly crossed her hands and stretched them out in front of her. The space around her hands seemed to blur slightly, and the fuzzy outline of a metallic pole began to appear out of thin air. It passingly resembled a hoe, or maybe a shovel, but it didn't really look like either of them. It was a sharp blade that split just above the handguard. The blur faded away, and the weapon became solid. Cinna grabbed it tight with both hands. But that wasn't all. Both ends of the blade she was holding, as well as the space off to its right side, began to glow with a blue light. More metal parts appeared in the glowing space, just like before. Then, with a heavy clinking, they fused themselves to the first. In the end, they formed a ring, and a long trail of light stretched out to its right. A long blade, split as if in half, appeared alongside the light. What had started as a sort of hoe or a shovel had now become a massive sword. Sharp and elegant, pure and destructive, terrible and beautiful. The impossibly large weapon was now held tightly in Senna's hands. The man with the backpack didn't react. He simply frowned and stared at Senna.
関係者じゃないだろ。あっち行けよ。
The tone of his voice, which was high-pitched for a man, was arrogant and brash. He waved a hand, shooing her off. Senna quietly opened her mouth to speak.
お前が責任者か。
It was more of a rhetorical question than an actual one. Her eyes were locked on the man in the backpack. He started to get scared.
答える。畑野はどこだ。
The man went pale and stepped back, but didn't answer the question. The crowd continued to murmur, "Whose eyes are those?" without showing the slightest bit of interest in them. If anything, it seemed possible the crowd didn't even see them at all. Senna and the backpack man were both staring at each other. The first to look away was the backpack man.
誰だよそれ。例えしてても教えないけどな。
Senna fell silent, swinging the sword around to her front and taking the fog stance. She bent her knees and leaned forward. Fog stance. Oh, we didn't get a pop-up for the diagnosis of the brain, did we? Fog stance. One of the stances used in Japanese theatrical combat. The blade is held level with the hilt at the side of the head and the tip pointed towards the enemy. This stance was often seen in older styles of Japanese swordsmanship. By holding the blade at eye height, you could slash at an opponent's eyes. When thus blinded, it would feel like a fog had set in over their vision, which is how the stance got its name. Yeah, brain death. I don't remember getting a pop-up for that one, but it's green for some reason, so I don't know. Brain death. One of the... No. Brain death. A state where the brain itself is no longer functioning, but the heart is still beating thanks to artificial respiration. There are two types of brain death. Full brain death, where the cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem are not functioning, and brainstem death, where only the brainstem is no longer active. There is also the commonly misunderstood vegetative state, where the cerebrum has lost either total or partial function. In this case, the brainstem and cerebellum are still active, and while there is no consciousness, the body can still breathe on its own. There are rare cases of recovery from a vegetative state. Japanese law sets out the specific conditions necessary to meet the definition of brain death. The following 5 criteria must be met twice over a period of several hours. Persistent coma, pupils fixed in a dilated state, absence of brainstem reflexes, stable brain waves, absence of respiration without artificial assistance. The sword glowed again, but instead of the pale light it had been at first, it was now red-violet. There was a sudden sound, like a woman's high-pitched scream. The air shook. That wasn't any sort of metaphor or simile. The air was physically moving. The space itself had begun vibrating, centered around Cinna's sword. The blade's red light had become so intense that it was hard to look at. Cinna let out a small breath, and then she gritted her teeth hard. The noise grew louder. Lightning bolts raced from the blade. A sonic wave blasted the air itself. The vibrating sound stopped immediately afterwards, but the blade was still flashing red like a pulsing vein. Cinna slowly pointed the sword toward the man with the backpack. The crowd around them, which had been ignoring them thus far, finally took notice. It seemed like they had regained their senses because they ran from the park without knowing what had happened. Cinna ignored them, keeping her eyes fixed on the man with the backpack. The man had been indifferent before, but now he was very afraid. His face was pale, and he was slowly stepping away from her, shaking his head as if to say, "No."
待って俺は畑野なんてやつ本当に知らないんだただ指示されただけ
誤解するなと言ったはず。
Cinna ignored the man's pleas.
質問したのはただの挨拶代わりだ。お前が何を答えたってそれを壊すことに変わりはない。
There was a fierce light in her eyes. The man with the backpack screamed pathetically before he turned and ran. But the direction he had chosen was right toward the stampeding crowd. With nowhere to run, he froze. By then, Cinna had already leapt towards him, closing the distance in an instant. Her strike was quick and powerful, so strong and so fast that it was hard to believe. It came from her frail body. She swung her blade in an arc, slicing through the man's backpack and destroying what was inside. The impact blew the man backwards. He fell onto the ground, curling up in a ball and shivering. He didn't have the strength left to run. He had pissed himself in fear, and a damp spot was forming on his pants. Cinna walked over to him, showing no interest in the man himself. Instead, she looked down into what was left of his backpack. There was a machine inside, shooting off small plumes of sparks. It looked like something like a bulky modem, but now it had been smashed to useless pieces by Cinna's sword. The loud mechanical noise emanating from it a moment ago was now nowhere to be heard.
Nozomi.
She whispered this name to no one in particular. There was hatred in her voice. As autumn grew deeper, the air got colder. It was hard to believe that I had been wearing short sleeves just a short while ago. The sky above me was hazy, like its colors were starting to fade. The leaves at the park were brightly colored, though. Maybe the trees were stealing the color from the sky. I looked up at the sky and jammed a toothbrush in my mouth. The nice thing about the base was that I had the whole roof to myself, without worrying that anybody would see me. The sink was on the shipping crates outside, which made it rough when it rained, but on days when the weather was clear, I always brushed my teeth outdoors. I rubbed my sleepy eyes as I brushed my teeth, remembering what happened yesterday. Remy had stayed with me until I ate until late at night. She had even held my hand for the hour so it had taken for me to calm down. She had gone home without anything else happening, though. A boy and girl in the same room for hours, and nothing romantic happening at all. If I had the conversational skills necessary to make something happen, though, I would have had a girlfriend ages ago. If anything, I was disgusted at myself for hoping something would happen at all. Remy was trying to help me purely as a friend. Remy offering to stay with me was one of the few things even keeping me together. Having that support made a huge difference. Despite the shock of Dr. Takashina dying in the brain-dead murder, a day later I was actually feeling fairly stable. Maybe it was because my head was full of all that stuff I had read in the patents and court records. The power to project delusions into reality. Did it really exist? Was Shogun after me because I had it? If I did have that power, memories from when I was young came back to me. The day I hadn't been able to go on the field trip. The day I was the only one who didn't get in the accident. The bus had crashed and all my classmates had gotten hurt. My teacher, Mr. Saito, had died. I had seen the images in my head so clearly. I could see every detail. Was that really just me seeing the future? If, maybe, that wasn't me seeing the future, but just my delusion. And what if I had made that delusion a reality? My whole body felt like it was about to start shaking. I wrapped my arms around myself to keep my body still.
だとしたら僕は
I was a murderer.
おはよ
Remy was there. She was incredibly cheerful for it to be this early in the morning. Seeing her smile made my shaking stop. It was so strange. Normally, I couldn't stand being around 3D girls, but for some reason, being with Remy made me feel better.
う迎えに来たよなんでポッカーンってしてるの
Right. According to my schedule, today was a school day. When I had told Remy about that yesterday,
迎えに来てあげるって言ったよね
right. Thanks to Shogun, I was afraid to even go outside now. That was why Remy had offered to stay with me. She was keeping her promise.
まさか本当に来るとは思わなかったとかビシッ残念でしたこう見えても私尽くすタイプなんだ
She gave me a mischievous wink. Was this an H game? In the real world, your female classmate didn't come to pick you up on the way to school. It would have been even better if she had come into my room when I was still asleep and woken me up. But you can't have everything, I guess. As I lost myself in my silly delusions, Remy suddenly looked up at the sky. She was looking at something far away again.
冬の空が色あせたように見えるのはどうしてだと思う
Sunlight contains a spectrum of 7 colors, the same colors seen in the rainbow. For those 7 colors to reach the human eye, they have to pass through Earth's atmosphere. When that happens, a phenomenon called scattering occurs. Basically, the light collides with the molecules in the air and gets bent in random directions. And when the light bends in random directions, it starts flying all over the place. The more it scatters, the easier it is for it to enter the human eye. The colors which scattered most easily were purple and blue. That's why the sky was blue. I am very smart. But Rimi's answer was very different from my dull, scientific one.
きっと寒くてみんなが下を向いちゃうから青を望む人の数が減っちゃうの。
Rimi had said something like that before, but when was it again?
だから寒くても上を向いて歩こ
I quickly changed, and Rimi and I left the Kurine building together.
う
Together, going to a school with a girl was something normal people did. I was still scared of Shogun and Yua, and I hated them and wished they would die. I meant it too. It wasn't just something I was saying. But thanks to them, I was able to experience what a normal person's life was like. Maybe I could be a little grateful. Just a little. Or at least I tried to make myself think that way. But when I did, Dr. Takashina's face came back to me, and any joy I felt slipped away. It might have been my fault he was killed. Dr. Takashina was connected to me, so Shogun had killed him, either as a warning or a way to provoke me. I was overcome with fear and worry. Little by little, I was starting to fall behind Rimi. I took a quick glance at the back of her head. What kind of look was on her face? She was humming a song. It was a song for the Phantasm CD I had lent her last night. Her steps looked light and carefree. We weren't even talking. How could she seem so happy? Looking at her held my worries a little. But, to be honest, why was she being so nice to me? Was the answer inside my memories of her? The ones that I didn't remember? When we got to school, I sent her on ahead and went to the bathroom. This was another survival technique of mine. I really appreciated that she was doing all this for me, but going to school with a girl in tow would mean standing out way too much. In particular, there was no telling what the DQNs in my class would think. So, to make it look like I had come to school alone, I slipped into the bathroom and killed some time. This turned out not to work, however. I left the bathroom trying my best to act natural and kept my head down as I walked on the side of the hallway toward my classroom. Before I got there, though, I could see Ayase walking towards me. Our eyes met and her lips curved into a slight smile. Ayase was famous. I didn't want to risk attention by talking to her, but she stood in front of me, blocking my path. I didn't have a choice.
匠、あれから警察はどう？
I put a hand over my mouth to stop myself from screaming. Why would you talk about something like that with all these people around? I quickly looked around. This was incredibly bad. Ayase was a local celebrity. It was rare enough for her to come to school, but not only that, she was a vocalist of the famous band Phantasm, and pretty to boot. Everyone, boys and girls both, were interested in her. Normally, there would be no way she would ever talk to a loser like me. The gazes of the people around me were causing me physical pain. I wanted to run away.
剣を探して。君はそうしなくちゃいけないのよ。
She always said the same thing whenever we met. There was a chance Ayase was on my side, but having her say the same damn thing every time was getting on my nerves. I wanted to find it too. I just didn't know how.
ヒントが欲しい。君はどうやってあれを手に入れた？
いつの間にかそこにあった。
That again? Was she just screwing with me?
気づかなかったわ、最初は。でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。 もしかしたら匠にももう見えているのかも。見ていぬだけで。
What the hell did that mean? Talking to Ayase was always exhausting. It was like some weird Zen koan thing.
ケンはちゃんと探してるよ。僕だって絶対手に入れたいから。
I sighed as I answered, and then the gazes of the people around me grew too much to bear. I ran past Ayase and into the classroom. What I found there only made me feel worse. Misumi and some of the other boys were staring at me in shock. Crap. They had seen me talking to Ayase. This was bad. I didn't know what they were going to say. If I was lucky, they might just make fun of me, but there was also the chance they might do something a lot worse. I looked down and headed to my seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. Please, just let everyone leave me alone.
おいおいおい
My prayer went unheard.
タク、てめえいつの間に今岸本と話してたよな。
Oops. And there I go, dropping my mouse. Get back here, mousy mouse. There is no cat. There is no need to run away. The most I could do was shut up. I couldn't look up.
岸本が誰かとまともに会話してるとこ初めて見たぜ。一体どんな手使ったんだよ。
Please don't talk so loudly that the rest of the class can hear. Please just leave me alone. I'm not going to try and date Ayase or anything. It's not like I would have a chance anyway. So please just calm
なあ
down.
タク、教えろって。
大地、
Remy interrupted.
落ち着け。タクが困ってるでしょ。
ああ、悪い悪い。
Misumi dropped his voice low and patted me on the back. I sighed a little without looking up. Remy had saved me again.
で、実際のところどうやったんだ。
Misumi was, as always, a man who thought only with his little head.
もう大地ってほんと節操ないよね。そのうち彼女さんに刺されるんじゃない？
心配すんなって。俺こう見えても各種ケアは欠かさねえから。
何それ。
なあタク、教えろよ。岸本とはどんな感じなんだ。
Misumi was rubbing my shoulders. He wouldn't let the subject drop. I looked up, afraid. Half the boys in the class were whispering to each other and glancing at me. This was bad. They were still looking at me. Don't look at me. I felt the prickling at the back of my neck. If the DQNs came after me, I was finished. My life would become a hell of bullying. What should I do? Run? Cut classes and go home? But I couldn't go home alone. The thought of running into Shogun or Yua was too much for me. Have Remy come home with me? She had said she was the caring and devoted type. If she wasn't lying, she would skip school alongside me. I just needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the entrance. Everyone turned to look at it. It was the transfer student. She was rubbing her tear-stained eyes and bowing in apology to everyone she could see. As always, she was completely silent. The entire classroom also fell silent at this sudden development. What had just happened?
今の見たか。
見た。一人で勝手に扉に激突してたね。
やっぱ梢ちゃんは可愛いな。
な
I I had never seen somebody so klutzy outside of an anime.
また泣いた。大丈夫かな。すごい音してたけど。
Remy whispered, worried, and then headed to the transfer student faster than anybody else. She was pretty nosy from the look of it, or maybe kind was a better word.
うお、リミに先越された。待て待て、梢ちゃんを解放するのは俺だ。
Misumi shouted as he raced after her. Kozui's accident was, for me, good luck. All the boys who had been staring at me were now looking at her. Good job, transfer student. But I happened to hear what some of the girls near me were saying.
うざ。何あれ。狙ってやってんじゃん。
Just a few faint whispers.
視界にはデッドスポットと呼ばれる通常は使用されることのないいくつかの神経チャネルが存在することをご存知ですか？
それが第二世代と何か関係があるのかね？
そういうことになります。簡単な実験をしてみましょう。これをご覧ください。
子供騙しを聞いている暇はないぞ。
重要なことですよ。この図には左側にドット、右側にリングがあります。では左目を手で覆って見えないようにしてください。そのまま右目だけで図の左側にあるドットを見つめてください。いかがですか？ドットを見つめる目の端の方にリングも存在しますか？
いくらドットだけを見つめていても、隣にあるリングがついでに見えているのは当然だと思うがな。
では先生、ドットだけを見つめたままモニターに顔を近づけていってみてください。隣のリングはどうなりますか？
ほう、これは興味深いね。
右側のリングが消えた。そうですね。これは視界が狭まったからではありません。その証拠に、さらにモニターに近づくことでリングはまた視界に現れます。
これは一体どんなトリックだ？
いいえ、トリックの類ではありません。普段は使用されていないですが、人間が元から持っている目の機能の一つですよ。これはデッドスポットと呼ばれ、ノアによって人間の視界の中に無から有を作り出す際に使用するチャネルなのです。
Classes had ended, and I was standing by the school entrance. Twilight was spreading over the sky. Several crows were silently flying past me, flapping their wings as they receded into the distance. I was waiting for Remy. She was on cleaning duty today. She hadn't promised to walk home with me today, but I was sure she would. I had been standing here for over 15 minutes, waiting for her. I wasn't sure what would happen tomorrow, but I had made it through today. Misumi had been so desperate to talk to the transfer student that he had forgotten to ask me any more questions about Ayase. Thank you so much, transfer student. Speak of the devil, she had just come walking by. She bowed at me, looking like she was about to cry. I bowed back awkwardly, and then I watched her slowly walk toward the school gate. I realized again just how small she was. She had the body of a lolly, and she was a klutz too. I wasn't sure about her personality, but it was probably very sweet. She ticked all the moe checkboxes. But the other girls didn't like her, supposedly. I guess there's a difference between 2D and 3D.
タク
She ran back toward me.
わざわざ待っててくれたんだ。ありがとう。そんなに私と一緒に帰りたかった？
She looked at me with a grin. I quickly turned my head away. Thanks to the setting sun, she probably didn't realize how red my face was. It was less that I wanted to go home with her, and more that I was too scared to go home by myself. Even while I had been waiting, I had been terrified that Yua might be lurking around a corner. Rimi knew that, but she decided to be mean and ask anyway.
ああ、嘘でもいいからそうだって言ってほしかったな。ねえ、私さ。
Rimi suddenly looked off into the distance. Her eyes sparkled red in the light of the setting sun.
タクの力になれて結構嬉しいよ。
ありがとう。
The words were out of my mouth before I even knew I had said them. I really was grateful. Rimi was now suddenly somebody I couldn't live without. Until I found the D sword, she was all I had.
どういたしまして。
Rimi smiled happily and led me
さあ、
on.
帰ろう。
My school, Suimei Academy, was in the luxury residential district of Shoto. All the houses in the area were expensive and gave off a sense that the people who lived there were important. But even though it was just a few minutes away from the heart of Shibuya, there weren't many people out. It felt kind of lonely.
タクって意外とモテるよね。
She had startled me so much I was gasping for air. What the heck was she talking about?
あれ？自覚ない？
She smiled and pointed her finger at my nose. You aren't supposed to point at people, you know?
だってこの前はメガネかけた3年生の綺麗な人と一緒だったし。
あれは。
うん、昨日聞いた。タクに意地悪する人だよね。
If you knew that, then why?
今日はあのフェスと話してた。あと折原さん。転校してきた朝に真っ先にタクに声をかけてたよね。さらに今こうして私と一緒に帰ってる。ほら、モテモテだ。
This was something I had been thinking about lately, too. Am I about to get a girlfriend? Is this a new amazing chapter in my love life? Things like that. A month ago, I never would have thought it was possible. Back then, I had never even had a chance to talk to any girls, except Nanami. I would even lie to myself and everybody by saying I wasn't interested in them. How come I had so many more chances to talk to girls over the past month? It had all started when Shogun had entered that chat room. So a part of me wondered, was this whole past month just my delusion? Was I just having a long, long dream? It felt like the things I was experiencing right now might all just vanish tomorrow. Sometimes it seemed that way, anyway. Or had the person inside me changed? Maybe the person controlling me before now just loved to play by themselves, and the person controlling me now liked working with other characters. Either way, it was hard to believe that this past month was real. Too much had happened.
っていうか、私今日初めて知ったんだけど、フェスって同じ学校だったんだね。しかも同学年の隣のクラス。
Rimi's voice took on an excited tone. She must really be a trend follower.
昨日タクから CD 借りたばっかりだからすごくびっくりしちゃった。それにすごく可愛い子だし。
Rimi came around to my front. Her tone dropped to a low, hesitant one as she spoke, still walking backwards.
何話してたの？今朝フェス岸本さんと聞かせてほしいな。私には聞く権利なんてないかもって思うけど、でも岸本さんと話してた時のタク、すごく思い詰めた様子だったから、なんだか心配で。
She had even seen that, too. Maybe it was safe to tell Rimi everything. There wasn't anybody else I could talk to about it, and I was just getting tired of thinking about things on my own. I wanted somebody else's opinion, and not somebody like Ayase or Senna, who would just say weird, abstract things that didn't make sense. Somebody who could clearly tell me what they thought. But, well, when I had talked to her yesterday, she hadn't believed a word I had said.
話してたのはケンのこと。
ケンって昨日タクが言ってたやつ？
I nodded.
綾瀬は持ってるんだ。
何を？
本物を。
Rimi gasped, or I thought she did. Her eyes went wide, and she seemed to stagger back a few steps.
嘘だ。
She sounded really doubtful.
だってあれおもちゃでしょ？
だから僕のはおもちゃだけど、彼女のは本物で、ライブ行けば見られ。
I stopped in mid-sentence. Could she see it? Ayase had also told me that only people with the right power could see the D swords.
ライブに行けばその本物の剣を見られるの？じゃあ今度行ってみようかな。ファンタズムのライブそのものも見たいし。あ、タク一緒に行く？
見られないかも。限られた人にしか見えないらしいんだ。
そうなんだ。裸の王様みたいなものかな。じゃあ私バカだから見えないかもなんてね。
I wasn't sure if she could see it or not. I didn't know how a real D sword worked anyway. I was just going off what Ayase had said.
そんな剣本当にあるのかな。やっぱり私信じられないよ。タクが見たっていう岸本さんの剣も本物っぽく見えるおもちゃじゃないの？
でも光ったし。
おもちゃでも光るやつはいくらでもあるよ。
Well, I couldn't deny that. You could just add some lights and get a glowing effect. But the way Senna and Ayase's sword had felt so real, so powerful, I couldn't believe they were toys. They had an aura about them that a fake toy could never create. And more than that, Ayase had pulled the sword out of thin air. It wasn't super speed or hypnosis or anything fake like that. What I had seen was a glimpse of an incredible power.
僕には妄想を現実に投影する力があるかも。
I was far from certain myself, but I decided to share with Remy the possibility that I had been thinking about.
だから将軍に、狙われてる気がする。
There was no other reason for him to be coming after me, at least. There weren't many people out there as harmless as me. Most otaku are harmless. They're stuck in their own little worlds. If they had time to spend bothering people in the 3D world, they would rather spend it having fun in their minds with 2D girls.
昨日調べてた特許のこと？タクはあんな装置持ってるの？
I shook my head.
そうじゃなくて、装置とかなくても力使えるかも。
タクからかってるんでしょ？あ、わかった。何かの漫画かアニメが元ネタ？
Remy didn't believe me after all, but I had at least some reason to think it was true. That bus accident when I was in elementary school. I explained that to her too. I might be a murderer. I worried that telling Remy might make her want to stay away from me, but I just couldn't keep it in anymore. I needed to share it with someone and get it off my chest. Remy seemed lost in thought as she listened to me stammer out an explanation. And when I was done,
考えすぎだよ。
she just laughed it away.
そう考えてることだってタクの妄想なんだよ。わかってる？
Was I really overthinking it? I hope so. But the weird feeling in the bottom of my heart just didn't go away. The office smelled like dust. It was on the second floor of an aging, mixed-used building. Light poured in from the huge window in the back that covered the whole wall, making the dust in the air look like powdered snow. The letters on the window that read Trustworthiness Investigation Company, Frisia, cast shadows on the desks beneath it. There were 20 desks in all, tightly crammed together. They were all piled high with folders and papers in a way you might expect to see in a publishing office. Most of the desk occupants were out, with only 5 or 6 people there. But the reason wasn't because it was a Saturday. There was a schedule on the whiteboard next to the entrance, and it was packed tightly with writing. Yasuji Ban opened the agency's door right at the end of lunch break. He had walked in without knocking, but none of the people there had said a word. He gave them a friendly "Hey there" as he headed straight for the desk furthest in the back, where a heavy-set woman was sitting at her laptop.
Oh, Momo-chan, genki?
The woman he had called Momo was Katsuko Momose, the president of Frisia. She had an annoyed look on her face and refused to even look
Stream
up.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
バンちゃん、また来たの？
また来ましたよっと。ニュージェネについての新ネタない？
たく、私は忙しいのよ。抱えてる案件が5万とあるの。うちみたいな零細企業は土日返上で仕事しなくちゃいけないの。わかる？
Only then did she look up at him. When she saw the grin on his face, she put her hand up to her forehead and shook her head slightly.
ここは警察の秘密組織でも子会社でもないって何度も言ってるでしょうに。ただで情報もらえるなんて虫のいいこと考えてるんだろうけど、ここに来てる暇があるなら自分の足で何とかなさいな公務員さん。または依頼料を払うこと。予約表はみおちゃんにもらってちょうだい。
相変わらず冷てえ社長だな、おい。
Momose's attitude seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Ban. He waved his fan indifferently.
この 会社立ち上げるときにはあんなに協力してやったのによ。
あら、ワンちゃんも恩着せがましい人だわね。何年同じことを言い続ければ気が済むわけ？
まあ言っててくれ。じゃあ依頼料はこいつでどうかな。
Ban offered her a plastic bag with the logo of a local confectionery shop on it.
なんだ、あるなら最初から出してよ。いつも悪いわね。みおちゃん、お茶2つ持ってきて。
Momose's attitude changed completely. She called out to one of her employees and opened the bag to examine the goodies.
あら、栗羊羹、今が旬なのよね。わかってるじゃない。あ、ばんちゃん、そんなところに突っ立ってないで座って。
どうも。
Ban chuckled as he pulled a chair over from a nearby desk and sat next to Momose. A female secretary brought over 2 paper cups filled with hot tea.
で、なんか新ネタあるかい？
ちょっと待ちなさいって。
Momose carefully peeled the wrapper off one of the bars, folded it up, and set it off to the side of her computer. Then she popped open her mouth and tossed the first piece of chestnut yucan in. Momose was a woman who loved Japanese confections. Whenever he wanted to know something, Ban had to bring her some kind of treat. Okay, I'm curious because I don't know what a yucan is, so I'm going to Google that real quick out of curiosity. I love knowing about new foods. Yokan. Okay, here we go. That's probably the thingy. It's a wagashi, Japanese confection made of red bean paste, agar, and sugar. Agar is a jelly-like substance. Oh, okay. Usually sold. So it's maybe something like, Turkish Delight, maybe. Oh, if it's like that, then I bet that's just good. I love me some Turkish Delight now. Okay, I'm going to Google real quick, just out of curiosity. Yokan versus Turkish Delight. Just see if something pops up. If I'm right about that. Copy. Paste. Verse. Maybe, maybe not. No, nothing's popping up. But that does kind of look like what it's similar to. Yeah, that does look pretty good. I can see why she'd be bribed by that. Now I kind of want some chestnut yokan myself. You're not supposed to talk with your mouth full, Baka. That's rude.
人に言えた義理じゃないけどよ。ちったダイエットしたらどうだよ。でないといつまで経っても結婚できないぜ。
本当に人に言えた義理じゃないわね。私はもうとっくに今期は逃したわよ。
Momose shrugged and took a sip of her tea, then turned to Ban.
また新しいニュージェネ事件起きたわね。こんなところでサボってていいの？
そっちの調査は俺以外の全員が真剣に取り組んでるさ。俺は別のアプローチから真実に迫ってやるってね。
かっこつけちゃって似合わないわよ。
Ban decided to avoid the tea until it cooled down. He couldn't handle anything, food or drink, that was too hot. The weather had turned cold, but he was still waving the fan at his face. It was a habit of his.
警察は G レートの線追ってるの？
そうそう、G レートね。ありゃすごいな。ももちゃんの話の通りだったぜ。
私が嘘の情報を渡すわけないでしょうに。これでおまんま食べてるんだから。それで
まあ勝手に調べてるよ。
勝手にって。ちょっとばあちゃん。
Momose's voice echoed throughout the room. She was always a very forceful woman, and a loud one at that. The employees at Frisia were used to it, and none of them even raised an eyebrow at the noise. Not a day went by when Momose wasn't yelling at somebody. Ban had known her for years too, and had been on the receiving end of her yelling dozens of times. Ironically, his reaction was to pick at his ears. Momose's tone quickly dropped. This wasn't something she wanted anyone to hear. But the smile on her face that had been there when she was eating the yokan a moment ago was now completely gone. It was replaced with a look of intense rage as she pointed her finger in his face.
個人で追うのは危険だって言ったじゃない。政治に宗教に企業、どれだけ根深く関与してると思ってるの？この間テレビで G レートの講義をやった太田教授がどうなったか、あんたもよく知ってるでしょ。
ああ、貼り付けで殺された被害者だろ。何度も聞いたよ。
Oh shit, really? That's the connection there?
何度でも言ってやるわ。言ってやりますとも。あんたはいつも私の忠告を無視するんだから。それでいつも尻拭いさせられるのは私なんてたまったもんじゃないわ。
まあまあそうかって茶でも飲んで落ち着いたら。
Momose's reaction was to go for a second piece of chestnut yucan, not the tea.
大丈夫だって。一応諏訪と一緒に動いてるんで。今はまだ G レートやら何やらってのは突飛すぎて上を説得できねえのよ。
諏訪ちゃんは確かに有能だし、しっかりしているけど、無理させたら承知しないわよ。
ももちゃんはいつから諏訪の保護者になったんだ？
バンちゃんの無謀な行動に未来ある若者が巻き込まれるのはかわいそうでしょうに。
あ、そうか。
Ban shrugged. He tried taking a sip of the tea, but it was still too hot. He winced in pain.
しかし、バイオリズムが人を殺す凶器になるなんてこと、本当にあり得るのかね？
前に説明したでしょうに。
実はいまいち理解しきれてねえんだわ。それってももちゃんお得意の電磁波と関係してるのか
？Momose sighed and drank her tea. Unlike Ban, it didn't seem to bother her.
満月の夜の事件簿はよく知ってるでしょ？
ああ、まあな。
There were a lot of accidents and crimes on the night of the full moon. This wasn't an urban legend. It was something you could see for yourself just by looking at Tokyo police statistics.
その満月以上の力でバイオリズムカーブが上昇したらどうなると思う？
興奮するってことだろう。
それだけ？渋谷は特殊な街なのよ。言ったでしょ？ G レートが高ければバイオリズムカーブは上昇する。しかもその上昇値は満月の夜に影響する数値のおよそ6800倍。
なんとも想像しにくい数字だな。
比べ物にならないくらいすごいって考えとけばいいわ。
しかし、なんで今なんだい？
殺された太田教授が言っていたのは G レートが半年前から急に増加しているせいってことね。地層の構造に大きな変化が起きない限りそんなことはありえないそうだけど。
変化ね。
そう、駅前のスクランブル交差点で火山が噴火するほどのエネルギーが必要なの。
火山？そんなに大きな力なのか？
それくらい今の G レートはありえない状況なのよ。
それを世間に訴えようとした教授はニュージェネで殺された。
事件の前日に教授が出演する予定だったテレビ番組が急遽放送中止になった話知ってる？
確か。
知り合いに NHK に勤めている人がいて聞かされたの。
国営放送の番組に圧力かけられる立場なんてそうそうないぜ。
私も詳細についてはわからないわ。知ってたらとっくに告発してるだろうし。
Ban leaned forward, seemingly interested.
俺でも大体予想はつくさ。この際はっきり言っちゃってよ。
本気で聞きたい？社会の安否に踏み込むことになるわよ。いいの？パンチャークビになるかもしれない。
俺はニュージェネ事件の犯人さえ捕まえられりゃそれでいいんだけどね。ま、どうするか答えを聞いてから考えるわ。
Momose sipped her tea, using her left hand to type into the laptop. A document appeared on the LCD monitor. It contained a list of information she had researched on her own.
名和と
Meiwa Party, a fictional Japanese political party, one of the two major parties in Japan. The Meiwa Party presently controls both houses of the Diet and is the nation's dominant political party. Meiwa suddenly came to power in a general election 4 years ago, and before then was a relatively minor faction. Its slogan is "A Bright, Peaceful Future."
もうちゃん、勘弁してくれ。俺はてっきり野党の名前が出てくると思ってたんだがな。よりによって。
Ban gave a soft, annoyed moan. But his eyes weren't laughing at all. They were filled with the sharp insight of a detective.
下手したらこの国が揺らぐぜ。
I couldn't really ask Remy to come to the base over the weekend, so I spent 2 days alone and afraid. On Friday, Remy had brought enough food that I was able to spend the weekend entirely indoors. But I was still afraid enough that several times I almost sent her an email asking her to come over. In the end, I didn't, though. The only time I was released from my fear was the 30 minutes when I was watching the latest episode of Blood Toon. Even with all that was happening, I refused to give up Blood Toon. If Remy was my pillar of support in my 3D world, then my 2D support was Blood Toon, or more specifically, Seiratan. Then the Monday after I survived the weekend, I looked at the Phantasm community on Free Para and saw that something was going on. I quickly clicked on a link that sent me to @channel. The place was in an uproar. The real name of Phantasm's Fest is Kishimoto. She spent time in a mental institution when she was a kid. The hospital's name is AHM. Whatever, buddy. Whose eyes are those? What's a fess? AHM is an institution for real crazies. MJD, short for Majid D, or really, seriously, used when you can't believe something's happening. Another hater, your trolling skills suck. If you're going to post a thread, you need a source. You're lying. Fess was never in a mental hospital. You should feel ashamed for slandering somebody like that. I've never even heard of AHM. Screw you. The one watching you was me, Fess. Pound in the steak. Pound in the steak. Pound it straight into their lying mouths. One of you haters is going to be the next new Jin victim. Fess was hospitalized for a long time due to mental issues. The hospital put out a newsletter with pictures, poems, and essays from their patients. You can see a bunch of poems she wrote in it. You can see one on the official site too. Her real name is Kishimoto. AHM Arc Heart Medical Group. Yes, I thought you guys were in love with her. Fewer rivals for me then, I guess. Yes. What? It's real? Yes. Fueling the fire. There's even a goddamn photo. Announcement. Phantasm is splitting up. So is Phantasm finished? I really liked Fess in a sexual way. Fueling the fire. During a blog or message board festival, taking actions that will only incite things further or adding new information to a controversy. With enough fuel, a festival can go on for days or weeks on end. This must be an expression of the Great Wheel's guidance too, right? Those lyrics aren't in the Phantasm song, are they? Fess, please don't quit. I'm crying here. I kinda get it. Every genius is supposed to be a little crazy, right? Fess is going to break up. I know it. We hold the Black Mass tonight. I guess Phantasm's finished though. Honestly, I think it's a better ending for them than signing on with a major label and selling out. Any official comment from Fess yet? You @Chambergens can bitch online all you want, and it won't change a thing. Fess doesn't look at the past, only the future. The next prophecy of death is going to be about you losers. LOLI. If you're not sure what it means, try saying it out loud. Just not too loud. Lolly. LOLY. Lolly. Wait, what's the issue with this exactly? There's the person inside. That's you, isn't it, Fess? You're desperate to keep your band running. We all knew Fess was crazy to begin with. Who cares? Fess had mental problems. Honestly, I think that just makes her hotter. Calm down, guys. This is all just a big troll by Festan. I bet Fess went crazy because the world is filled with evil. That power awakened her punk soul. Her aggressive, intense lyrics are a cry from her soul, which has ascended to a higher dimension. If anything, we should be grateful for giving us his default understanding of her origins. Official sites down. I went to the URL that 12 had posted. Arc Heart Medical Association was a long-established psychiatric faculty that only treated the most severe patients. There was a picture of the hospital on the site and showed bars on the windows. It looked like an old prison. I wasn't sure if it even existed anymore. The homepage hadn't been updated for almost 4 years. But just like Chan had said, the site had a picture of a young Ayase Kishimoto, along with a poem she had written. The body lurks in the shadow of a wicked heart, a thing which cannot be seen. I try and try to get away from it, but this unending nightmare shall someday become a blade and slash apart my body. As shield of indifference helps the people avoid the flames of war. The enemy on this newborn battlefield is the wicked one within the heart. Evil can sometimes have a will of its own, and manifest in our world. I wasn't really shocked or anything. I had gone to a mental hospital when I was in elementary school too. If anything, it made me feel a little closer to her. She was just like me. Despite all her popularity, despite all her charisma, she was just like me. Having this in common made the idea that I had the same power she did, the power to project our delusions into reality, feel more likely. It gave me courage and hope. But there was one problem. Until now, I had blindly believed everything she had said, but maybe that was a mistake. What she had said about how to get a D-sword, even the fact that getting a D-sword would be what saved me. I started to doubt not what she had showed me, but what she had told me. Should I believe it, or... I started in fright as my phone suddenly rang. Phones always love to surprise you when you're least expecting it. That's why I hated them. I sighed and picked it up. It was probably Nana. She was probably calling to complain about something again. What a nuisance. I hit the accept call button and put the phone up to my ear without bothering to look at the number. Why did I do that? Why was this the one call where I didn't look at the number first? The melody coming out of the phone at an impossibly loud volume was Tor Yonsei. I quickly looked at the number on the phone's LCD display. It was the same number. But how? I thought it wasn't in service anymore. I had had Nanami call it, and there had been a message saying so. Had the person behind this prank brought it back online?
どうしよう。
I looked around the room. If Rimi was here, she could give me some advice. But she wasn't. Of course not. Rimi was at school now. I had told her I wasn't going today, and she hadn't come to wake me up. The melody kept playing as I sat there freaking out. A whole minute had passed. When I had had it up to my ear a moment ago, I could hear other faint sounds besides Toriancy. The sounds of people walking, of car engines. So it had to be outside. Who was on the phone? I could only think of one person who would pull a prank like this. Shogun. I turned to Saratan, who was standing next to my PC monitor, for help.
どうしたらいいと思う、セーラ。
Saratan smiled the way she always did.
切っちゃえばいいさ。無視無視。
そっか。そうだよね。その手があった。
I should have done that right from the start. I put my thumb down to the end call button. But for some reason, I decided to listen to the Toriant's melody just a little more before I hung up. It felt so strange. I wanted to hang up right now. But, almost unconsciously, I put the hand with the phone up to my ear. It came in a flood from the receiver, an incredible pain, a violent sound like a supersonic wave. The sound infected my body. My head felt an impact like it had been struck by lightning. My whole body froze. I screamed, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. I boiled over. My brain, my heart, they boiled and bubbled and started to melt. The pain tore through my body, ripping through my flesh. My mind turned to liquid and raced through my body, converging at my heart and exploding into a fine mist. It felt horrible, crazy. I couldn't even think about what had just happened to me. When Yua Kusunoki opened her eyes, she could see that all hell had broken loose in Class 3B, her class. Several of the students were lying on the ground. Their eyes had rolled back into their heads. They were foaming at the mouth, spasming and jerking. Several of the others were curled up into little balls, clutching their heads in pain. The rest were standing up one after another and leaving the room, even though it was the middle of class. The teacher was too busy helping the ones who were having seizures to stop them. The students in the hallway were all yelling in shock, but Yua didn't hear what they were saying. Her phone had been going off inside her skirt pocket. She finally realized it was buzzing and slowly reached a hand toward it. She tried to stand up, but she staggered and fell from her chair. She crouched and leaned up against the wall. After putting her glasses back up against her face, she pressed the answer call button and put the phone to her ear.
はい。はい。はあ。はい。一応大丈夫です。
She winced after she said that, then put a hand to her forehead. She could hear the voices of her classmates talking noisily outside, and her teachers shouting at the fallen students to wake up. But all this seemed to be happening very far away.
はい。ええ。あなたは。はい。はい。そうですか。それで。
Her face suddenly turned pale as she gulped. She covered the phone with her hand and dropped her voice low. It was clear from her tone that whatever she had heard had rattled her.
Tori the Third said, "Hello."
Hello, Tori. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence.
だって本当は。
She stopped and let her hood droop.
本当は私だったのに。
The noise outside grew louder. Everyone was looking in the same direction, pointing fingers with fearful expressions on their faces. The windows in the hallways were rattling like they had been hit by a gust of wind.
はい。そうです。私の妹です。はい。わかりました。
She bowed weakly, as if the person she was talking to was right in front of her, and
Tori
hung
the
up the
Third
phone.
said, "What happened?"
I have no idea. I do not know. Right before it jumped to this scene, the main character got a phone call, and it was that Toriant song. And then suddenly we just jumped to this scene where everybody's having seizures and shit. I have no idea what's going on. I haven't had an idea what's going on for a minute now, though, so I don't know. And she looked up and toward the direction everyone was pointing.
空が
It was like someone had poured white on a pool of water's surface. The muddy blue of the sky was turning white. It was spreading at incredible speed. It was devouring the sky.
白く染まっていく
Oh, well, that's the end of chapter 5. Okay. Chapter 5, Delusions, finished. Chapter 6, Noah. Yasuji Ban was finally released from the long task force meeting and should have felt much better. But today, things were different. He walked away from the other detectives and toward the windowsill, where he called his junior partner. Oh, by the way, Tori, a fifth murder has happened now, by the way. I don't know if you were here when we talked to that psychologist that the main character apparently knew from his past, but yeah, he's dead now. He had his brain taken out. But hey, he lived for a week after he had his brain taken out. It didn't kill him. He died of dehydration, malnutrition. So yeah, that happened as well. Just saying. Yeah. Sua hadn't shown up for the meeting today. Ban had wanted to skip it too, so it didn't seem fair that Sua got to. Sua might not look like it, but he took his work extremely seriously. At least, that's what Ban had thought. So he was surprised when Sua skipped today. He had tried to get a hold of him several times, and there had been no answer. Ever since Ban had talked to Momose 2 days ago, he had had a bad feeling that wouldn't go away. And things had gone even worse today. Not only was Sua missing, when he had brought up the GE rate during the meeting, Matsunaka had told him he was being ridiculous and needed to stop wasting everyone's time. Oh, and that GE rate thing? Apparently the gravity is more intense in Shibuya. I don't know if that's an actual thing or not. I do remember vaguely that there's like an area in the Indian Ocean where the gravity is higher, I think. I think that's a real thing. Yeah, but for some reason that's also causing maybe the gravity is causing some issues. Please don't let anything else happen. Ban sighed a little as he fanned his face.
Tori the Third said, I will Google that.
He heard the call being picked up and Sua answered.
バカ野郎どこを突き歩いてやがる
The connection was really bad. Ban wondered if Sua had gone off somewhere deep in the countryside.
今中なんですよ。ちょっと隣にところがあって。
あなんだって今どこだ
Ban yelled. He stopped being able to hear Sua at all, and instead there was a small period of nothing but static.
どうすか聞こえてます？
ああそれでお前一体どこに
いや、自分なりに思うところがあってっすね。いろいろ聞き込みを。
お前な
Sua shouldn't have been going off on his own. But Ban had a nasty habit of doing just that. He chuckled. Maybe his bad habits had rubbed off on his junior partner.
Tori the Third said, Fart the gravity hole is crazy.
Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? I haven't heard of any minor gravity fluctuations in Shibuya, so that's probably just part of the story. But yeah, the gravity hole is a real thing, right? Over in the Indian Ocean somewhere, it's like for some reason gravity. They think it's maybe something to do with magma, I think. The way the magma is just like focused there or something, I think, is what it was. Nature can get crazy, man. The world, there's more out there than you can even dream of sometimes. I think I've almost got it.
ニュージェネの真犯人に関する決定的な証拠っす。
真犯人
Ban's eyes went wide.
今はまだ内緒っす。自分の考えが間違ってるかもしれないんで。
とにかく一度戻ってこい。わかったか？
いや、自分もう少し調べてみるっすから。
あ？おい、ちょっと待て。
大丈夫っす。任せ。
あ、座あ。
Suddenly, the ground started to shake. The shaking got more and more violent. Ban couldn't even stay standing. He dropped to a crouch to keep from falling
Tori
over.
III said, I have copied a paragraph about the gravity hole. Is it okay to post it?
Sure, friend, sure. The TTS will probably only read part of it, since it does cut it off after a certain point. But yeah, sure. So feel free to share it with everybody. I don't mind. It's fascinating. At first, the other detectives seemed unconcerned, but they soon realized the seriousness of the situation and began to crouch or hide under the tables.
Tori III said, His sea level dips by over 328 feet, 100 meters, in a gravity hole, first discovered in 1948. Today, scientists
Yeah, see, like I said, it cuts it off. Scientists hypothesized that the hole in the Indian Ocean was shaped by plumes of magma coming from deep inside the planet. Yeah, it's just crazy. And that's not a small dip. 328 feet. I mean, that's like a skyscraper shit. And it's even crazier that was only discovered in 1948. I mean, yeah. A clock on the wall, the pens and paper cups on the table, the projector device. One after another, they fell to the floor with a crash. The two whiteboards in the conference room fell too. It was like a passenger jet that ran into a stream of turbulence. That's how it felt to Ban, like his legs weren't even touching the ground. The shaking was spinning his body left to right. It was probably a 5 or 6 in intensity. Is this the next big one? And now of all times. Then Ban felt a strong shock, like someone punched him in the head. He moaned in pain. No one had physically punched him. It was just an incredible headache. Suddenly a scream filled the conference room. Ban gritted his teeth and looked up, and saw one of the local detectives had his hands pressed up against his head, trembling with pain. Then he fell helplessly to the ground, like a doll dropped by a child. Most of the other detectives were either wincing in pain, their hands against their temples, or holding their heads. What was this headache? He had never felt anything like it before. Did it have something to do with the earthquake? Ben had no way of knowing. Little by little, the shaking stopped. Ban looked outside, vision blurry. There was white light everywhere. It was so bright Ban couldn't keep his eyes open. I opened my eyes, feeling a pain so strong I thought my head would burst. I realized I had fallen
said,
backwards into the middle of
I
the
am
room.
frozen on a black screen. BRB, I am gonna restart Twitch.
Oh no, not the black screen of doom. Oh no, even Oh man, the game is getting so crazy. It's hitting Tori too, guys. We're all going to start having headaches and earthquakes and the what? It's the end of the world. Oh no. I tried to get up, but when I did, the pain in my head spread throughout the rest of my body.
Tori III said, Okay, I am back.
Okay, hopefully you won't have an earthquake either. Hopefully the black screen of doom doesn't come back. Technology can be so silly sometimes. After 5 minutes or so of writhing on the floor, the pain gradually subsided. I managed to use the bedpost as a support to climb back up. I managed to wipe away the thick sweat on my brow. My room looked like it had been hit by a tornado, well, earthquake, specifically, actually. All my wives had either taught, oh no, oh no, no, I hope nothing else broke again. One of them broke already. I do hope none of them broke. The bed was now tilted, and my manga and H-game boxes had fallen off it and scattered onto the floor. What had just happened? I had picked up the phone and then heard Torians, and then it had turned into what sounded like an ambulance siren. That's right. There had been that buzzer sound, and then the low sound of the earth rumbling, and then it felt like my whole body had boiled and melted. I really didn't remember anything that happened after that. My mind was a total blank. Was this some kind of electromagnetic wave attack by Shogun? Maybe Shogun could do the same thing as that system I had read about in the patent. The idea terrified me. I looked up at the ceiling, still reeling from my headache. Of course, there was nothing to see. If my mind was being read, it was being read by a satellite high above me.
いくらなんでもそんなはずないよ。
But from what Cinna had said before, it sounded like the system in the patent was already in use, and some people were using it for evil. If one of those people was Shogun, no, that was impossible. There was no way that could be true. That frail old man looked like he could die at any moment. There's no way he could have his own orbital satellite. Or was he at the center of some big government project? There was no point in starting a delusion and scaring myself to death with it. It was clear something had happened, so I decided to look online to find out what. I crawled toward the computer, trying my best to ignore the pain in my head. And somehow the Saratan model didn't fall off. Okay, I got you.
Tori the Third said, I have to go help my mom. I probably won't be back before you stop streaming. So bye. Have a good stream.
That's perfectly fine, friend. Thank you for coming by. I hope you have fun with your mom. Stay safe. Family is important. I was sure I had left my computer on. It should have been displaying the Saratan screensaver, but instead the screen was black. I hadn't set it to go into standby mode automatically, so that shouldn't happen, but my mind was still foggy. My whole body felt frail and weak. It took all my strength just to stand up. I grit my teeth to help with the pain and tried to move my mouse. Nothing. Next, I tried the power button. The hard disk started to whir and click. I slumped into my computer chair with a thud. While I waited for my computer to boot up, I reached out a desperate hand for my phone, which was still lying on the table. I looked at the time.
13時
What time had it been when I got that call? I remembered I was looking at information on Ayase on Atchan. I tried to think and the pain just got worse. What time? Think. Remember. That's right. It wasn't even noon yet, which meant
1時間以上も気絶してた。
or had I been sleepwalking and been off wandering somewhere for the past hour?
僕は無遊病じゃない。
I shook my head before my brain could fill itself with more negative thoughts. When I did, the aching in my head made me feel like I would pass out. It was like my brain had been replaced by a lump of lead. I looked over at the PC monitor.
おい、マジで
Could it be my hard disk was damaged?
嘘だ。そんなのありえない。あっちゃダメだ。そんなことになったらすべてが終わる。
My gigabytes of saved XXX Moe porn. My save data for my H games. My bookmarks for my daily browsing. And that's why you save things on a different disk. Always have a backup, friends. My schedule that told me when to go to school. And more than anything, the most important thing in the world to me, my ESO save data. Oh, wreck, my brother, wreck. And that is why you have backups. Was it all gone?
くそ。
I'm not sure what year this is taking place in, honestly. I feel like it told us at one point, but is this a time when games like MMORPGs have online backup? Like the data's not normally stored? Like, were there ever any MMORPGs that didn't store the data on their servers? I thought that was just a normal thing for MMORPGs too. I don't know. I wanted to scream in rage. I wanted to pound my fist into the keyboard. I wanted to kick in the walls. And more than anything, I wanted to see if it could be recovered right this very instant. But my whole body was still heavy and slow, and my head still ached. All I could do was lie back in my chair and bite my lip. It was over. My life was over. The loss of my ESO save data meant my life no longer had any meaning. Nothing mattered anymore. My life was nothing but ash and dust. Somebody just kill me.
待ってタッキー。
Sarah looked up from where she was lying sideways. Oh, so she is lying sideways? Because in the picture she didn't look like she was lying sideways, but okay. And gave me an angelic smile.
冷静になりなよ。円数みたいなオンラインのゲームってセーブデータは全部サーバーに保存されてるんじゃない？
Yeah, exactly. It's okay. Bro's just too hyped. Server. Did she mean the game company server?
だからたとえタッキーの PC が壊れてもナイトハルトッチのデータは消えてないはずっしょ。
Right. This was something every gamer knew, but I was so out of it that I had forgotten. I felt like I had found one small sliver of hope amidst despair, and a lot of that porn that you had downloaded, you could probably find it online again. I mean, really. It's not like it's complete, well, maybe some of it, depending on, Way to go, my wife. I hadn't made any backups of my pics or MP3s, so I'd have to give up on those. It wasn't ideal, but I didn't have a choice. I still wanted to start reformatting my computer as soon as possible. I needed to see if my ESO data was safe with my own eyes. Of course, for that, I would need this headache to go away. The pain didn't feel like it was going away anytime soon. The big televisions outside Shibuya Station usually play commercials or promos for famous music artists. Today, however, they were showing a stern-looking newscaster. It was a TV show with the following text at the top of the screen. Intensity 5 earthquake hits Shibuya. At least 200 casualties. Earthquakes were nothing special in Japan. There had been several earthquakes around a 5 on the scale even around Tokyo. But as more information started to come in, it became apparent that the number of casualties was abnormally high. There was a similar earthquake in '05, and not a single person died. Compared to that, this was almost unbelievable. This was even more true when you considered that it had happened in Shibuya, the center of the new Jin murders. There had been an earthquake 3 months ago in Shibuya too. That one had only been a 3 on the scale, but 8 people had died. Was Shibuya cursed? Many of the people who saw the first reports of the quake thought that, even if they didn't say it. But either way, the first special broadcast about the earthquake were ready to go almost as soon as it started. Right now, there wasn't a lot of solid information or clear numbers, but the female newscaster was reading out a script. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency has confirmed at least 31 deaths and expecting that number to grow even higher. The cause of the deaths is currently unknown. There were also reports of a mysterious white light in Shibuya after the earthquake, a shock wave, and the sky turning white. The cameras at Shibuya Scramble Crossing had seen the light, and the big TVs were showing the footage they had taken where everything had turned white just after the quake. The white had appeared just as the earthquake did, and at first it was less a white and more of an incredibly intense light. The light covered Shibuya in an instant. It was so bright that no one could keep their eyes open. Anyone from the generation that lived through the last war would have immediately thought it was a nuclear weapon. In fact, there were those who had seen a white mushroom cloud rising hundreds of meters in the sky above Shibuya, but it had dissipated almost instantly. What that light was, what caused it, and what it had to do with the earthquake were, for the moment, total mysteries. The strangest thing was that the white sky had gone back to normal within an hour, and once more a murky blue color lay above the heads of the people of Shibuya. There was a tiny crack just a few millimeters in the asphalt around Dogenzaka Hill. There were also small cracks in the walls at some of the mixed-use buildings around Center Street. My headache hadn't gone away. It took around 2 hours to reformat the hard drive. I had almost passed out several times from the pain. I had gone to sleep in the middle of something before, but this was my first time really passing out from something. Still, the pain was a lot better than it was 2 hours ago. I drank some soda to quench my thirst and steeled myself to get to work. I put the bed back where it was, giving myself a place to stand on the floor. It was hard considering how weak I was, but if I didn't clean it up, I wouldn't even be able to leave the place. If I was trapped inside and unable to escape during Shogun's next attack, not that I knew for sure if the earthquake was his doing, I would be doomed. I needed a way to get out. When my OS was finally back, I headed over to my computer and installed ESO. I tried logging into Baselard.
やった。やった。ナイトハルトは消えてない。装備とかも全部無事だ。よかった。よかった。
I was so excited that I tried to stand up and raise my fist in the air, but I was too exhausted. Still, I was so happy to see that such an important part of me hadn't disappeared after all. Now, then, with that done, it was time to see what had actually happened. Personally, I wanted an apology and compensation from whoever was responsible. It felt like an earthquake, but there were so many things that didn't make sense. I looked to see if Grim was playing, but he wasn't. I went to our usual chat room, though it was harder with my bookmarks gone, and he wasn't there either. What good was he if he wasn't here when I needed him? I ended up checking the top page of Taboo instead. The article read Shibuya casualties over 200. There had been an earthquake from the look of it. It was a 5 on the scale. There were an awful lot of casualties, though. Supposedly the number was likely to go even higher than 200. There was other stuff, too, about how the sky above Shibuya had temporarily turned white, or a big mushroom cloud above the city, but nobody seemed sure about what they had to do with the earthquake. And At-chan was talking about it, too. Most comments were things like Shibuya again or Shibuya's screwed. There were videos uploaded too, and I could see what the cameras in Scramble Crossing had recorded.
これ地震だけじゃないよね。
I had felt an incredible headache when the quake hit. No, it was way worse than just a headache. It felt like my brain was boiling over. And even 2 hours later, there was still an aching pain, and I still felt exhausted.
電子レンジに閉じ込められたらあんな風になるかもしれない。
If that was the case, maybe my ideas about this being some kind of electromagnetic wave attack from Shogun weren't just delusions. Then I heard a noise I recognized from my PC. It was the sound of somebody joining the chat room. It might have been Grim. I turned my eyes towards the chat window to ask him the details. A scream slipped from my lips. Why would he show up now? Had he been reading my thoughts after all? My hand was shaking on my mouse. The rest of my body had frozen with fear. Even the pain in my head was gone. I didn't even want to look at the word Shogun, but I couldn't take my eyes off the monitor. I wanted to leave the chat room, but it was like my mind had left my body. I couldn't even move the mouse. I felt the prickling on my neck. I was being watched again. It was the gaze of God. Or maybe it wasn't God, but Shogun looking at me from satellite orbit. I wanted to run away. But where? He could find me anywhere in Japan. Hey, it's been a while. That was the first thing he said. He was talking like he was greeting an old friend. I never remembered being his friend. I bit my lip and stared at the characters on the screen. But after he spoke, I found myself able to move again. I grabbed my phone. It was just past 3 p.m. She might still be in class, but Remy might be able to help me, believing that was my only choice. I called Remy's number. It was easy to find because it was one of only a few in my contacts.
助けて、リミ。リミ、早く。出て。
Do you hate me? It hurt to breathe. I couldn't think.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Remy wasn't picking up. The phone kept ringing and ringing. Why? Don't you always show up when I'm in trouble? Why aren't you here now? I'm sending you a present. A present. You're sending me another one of those pictures? This time you're going to make me out to be the new Jin killer, aren't you? No, I'm not the killer. I felt like a fish that had flopped onto the land. I wasn't getting enough oxygen. My head felt like it was full of fuzz. My only hope was Remy. I gripped the phone tighter, praying and focusing on every sound that came out of the receiver. It picked up.
助けて。
留守番電話サービスにおつなぎします。
I hope you like it. Voicemail. Oh no. I hung up the phone, disappointed. I wrapped my arms around myself to keep steady. My body had started to shake. I was more afraid of Shogun than I thought I was. Of course I was. He was pretending to be disabled, but he was a murderer who had killed people 5 times. And I was his next target.
助けてよ。
Until now, Remy would always appear at just the right time, but she hadn't picked up the phone. My eyes fell on the fake D-sword in the corner of the room. I picked it up, clinging to the small hope that it might somehow help. It was just a toy. Ayase had said so, and she had been sure. But maybe she was wrong. At least I wanted to hope so. If I had a D-sword, I would be saved. I could even defeat Shogun's attacks. So, please. I raised the D-sword. I focused on the cutting edge of the blade. Please, be real. Save me.
ディソード、真の姿を現せ。
I closed my eyes tight and gripped the pommel hard. Silence. I opened my eyes a little. Nothing had changed. It was just a toy.
くそくそくそくそ、この役立たせ。
I slammed the toy sword into the ground and began to pace around the room. I bit my nails, trying to figure out what to do. But the fear threatened to crush me, and I couldn't think. Whenever I tried, the pain in my head would come back. There was nothing left to do but go back to the PC. Shogun had already left the chat. The only traces of him were the 4 lines he had left. I didn't even want to see the words he had written, so I quickly left the chat room myself. I was still shaking. Shogun was taunting me. What was so fun about stalking me like this? Did this mean that I had been chosen as the next victim, and Shogun was finally ready to put his plan into action? Or that I was the perfect patsy to take the fall for his murders?
誰か助けて、助けてよ。
I looked to post-awakening Seiratan, pleading for her to save me.
一人は怖いんだ。
I didn't want to be alone. I wanted somebody to be by my side. I wanted somebody to protect me.
そうだ、学校だ。学校へ行けば。
Remy was there. I couldn't handle being alone and scared anymore. I stripped off the sweatshirt I always wore when I was at home, quickly changed into my uniform, and left the base. The cold wind outside made my headache feel a little better. Shibuya seemed more tense than usual. Maybe it was the earthquake. I could hear the sounds of sirens in the distance. When one stopped, another started. I couldn't tell if they were fire trucks or ambulances. Probably both. Yamate Street, just one street over from where I was walking, was at a standstill. Several cars had been in head-on collisions and abandoned where they sat. There was no sign of the drivers. The abandoned cars were blocking the road and causing a traffic jam. The other drivers were furiously banging on their horns. As I slowly and unsteadily walked toward the school, a dog ran past me, howling. It was a chihuahua with bloodshot eyes. Its tiny body was running at full speed, dragging a leash behind it. Drool was pouring from its open mouth. Had it gotten separated from its owner? As I watched it distractedly, I stumbled over something and almost fell. There was a crack in the ground. That's what I had tripped on. Did the earthquake cause it? I stopped and looked up at the sky. There were several clouds now, lazily traveling through the muddy blue sky. Supposedly the sky had gone white like an aurora right after the quake, but there were no traces left of that now. This wasn't the Shibuya I knew. I felt really tense and uneasy. It wasn't just the earthquake. It wasn't just the headache. It wasn't just those things. I felt like a terrible urge was going to overcome me at any second. Just walking down the street, for some reason, made me want to kill someone. By the time I reached the school gate, the terror and fear within me had grown even stronger. I felt so cold that my body wouldn't stop shaking. My headache had come back. I could see a crowd near the third-year students' building. I looked for Remy there. Strangely, they were all looking up at the school building.
Oh, Taku!
Misumi ran up to me. Good. I could ask him where Remy was.
お前、今日学校来てたんだな。いや、そんなの今はどうでもいいから。
He looked pale and his expression was deadly serious. It was rare to see Misumi so badly shaken. What had happened?
マジで。やばいよな。あれ。
Bad. What was bad?
病気だったんだろ。精神病のことがバレて余計におかしくなっちゃったらしいぜ。さっき飛べるとか言ってたぜ。やべえよ、やばすぎる。俺、人が死ぬとこマジで見てんだけど、人黒すぎて最高だぜ。早く落ちてこねえかな。
I could hear voices around me saying those things. Could it be? A terrible thought ran through my mind. I looked up, slowly, to where the rest of the students were looking. At the edge of the roof was a girl. She was holding the D sword, just like she had in her concert. She was standing there like she was offering a prayer to God in heaven. It was Ayase Kishimoto.
その体は邪神の影に潜む。目には映らない存在。
Ayase Kishimoto was feeling the wind on her body. It was cold, with just the slightest hint of winter. Her expression was pained, and beads of sweat were dripping down her cheeks.
離れようとも離れようとも冷めぬ悪夢は。
Suime Academy's roof was surrounded by an almost 2-meter high fence. She was standing in the narrow 30-centimeter space on the outside of it. She had been here for almost 10 minutes. One more step, and she would fall off the roof of a 4-story building. Below her was a crowd of students, watching with bated breath.
やがて剣となりてこの身を切り裂くのだろう。
They had called for the police and an ambulance, but perhaps because of the earthquake a few hours ago, no one had arrived yet. The teachers were running around, trying to get mats ready if the worst happened.
無関心という名の盾で戦火を免れる人々。
But Ayase stood tall and still, like the chaos below had nothing to do with her. If anything, It looked like she was deliberately cutting herself off from the world below. Her head was tilted up at the sky, and her eyes were closed. She looked almost like a young priestess praying to her god. Her body was completely motionless in the slight wind on the roof. An impressive feat of balance, considering the sword she was carrying was almost her own height.
神聖なる戦場の敵は心の内の悪意なるもの。
The sword, her D sword, was flashing with a pale light, like it was having trouble breathing. Ayase's own breast seemed to be in sync with the light, and her own breathing was pained. She let out a small, soft whisper.
悪意は時として意志を持ち、そしてその姿を表す。
The words she whispered were quickly drowned out by the wind. Ayase opened her eyes, turning toward the amber-red sky above the Shibuya high-rises.
この世界は悪意の妄想に満ち溢れている。みんな他人の不幸が大好き。目を閉じても耳を塞いでもダメ。昔からずっと私のそばを離れてくれないわ。
As she whispered, she brought the huge sword to her chest. She embraced it with both arms. Strangely, the sharp-looking blade didn't pierce her skin at all.
帰りたかった。大いなる意志が住むもう一つの世界に。そのために心を切り刻んで全部受け入れたわ。混沌の器としての夢を。
Ayase's expression twisted with sadness. Tears silently fell from her eyes. The wind blew them off her face and into the sky.
だけどグラジオールの帯同が活発化している。もう時間がないのに見つからない。見つからないのよ。天国の扉も賢者も導き手も七つの神罰も。黒騎士の伝説は本当なの？歌はもうたくさん歌ったわ。それで足りないって言うならね、大いなる意志よ。
Ayase slowly spread out her arms, as if she was trying to embrace the sky, as if showing herself to some god high in his heaven.
私は飛ぶわ。
The sword's pale pulsation grew in intensity. Ayase closed her eyes again. A final tear fell from the corner of her eye.
お願い、この器は差し出すから。魂を連れて行って。
And the girl stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. There was nothing left there to support her body. Oh shit, she's seriously... content warning, guys, content warning, She felt the cold wind gently blow against her cheek. She looked down beneath her. And saw a floating door rising towards her. Beyond it was the sky she sought. All I could do was watch helplessly. Ayase spread out her hands and slowly stepped off the roof like there was an invisible staircase there. Screams and loud murmurs rose from the crowd of gawkers. No longer supported by anything, she fell like a puppet with its strings cut. Everything was happening in slow motion. Ayase's body fell. It fell so slowly, but there was no stopping it. She was going to die. Ayase was going to die. There was no way I could help her. If she fell from that height, she would die for sure. The ground below her was solid concrete. Her bones would shatter. Her organs would be smashed. Her brains and dark red blood would be splashed all over the place. If there was at least a flower bed there, if there was soft earth instead of concrete, then maybe she would survive. I didn't want to see anyone die. I tried to close my eyes, and then I felt it, the prickling at the back of my neck. I turned. Nobody was looking at me. Everyone was looking up towards Ayase or down at the ground. Whose eyes are those? I heard a noise, the sound of someone hitting the ground. I had never heard that sound before. It was less loud than I thought it would be. Misumi was standing next to me, watching in shock. He was looking where Ayase had fallen, but instead of showing fear or sorrow, his expression was one of surprise. It wasn't just Misumi either. The whole crowd of gawking onlookers had fallen silent, like they weren't sure what had just happened. Alive. Ayase was lying on the ground. Had her bones been shattered? I couldn't tell. Had her organs been smashed? I didn't know. Her brains weren't splattered all over the place. Her dark red blood wasn't anywhere to be seen either. A soft but clearly audible moan escaped her lips. She was alive. She had passed out and wasn't moving at all, but she didn't seem to be injured. The most I could see was a small trickle of blood on her forehead. She had fallen all the way from the top of the roof, but now she was almost unharmed. She was lying on top of the flower bed. Had there been a flower bed there? The actual fuck is going on in this game? Like for real right
予定
now.
と結果に大きな違いがあったようだが、
我々は進化への第一歩を踏み出したんですよ。
三桁もの死人が出るなど我々は聞いておらんぞ。
計画に不備があったのかね。
いいえ、お二人にはぜひ人の進化の歴史というものを振り返ってみていただきたいものですね。
進化には多少の犠牲はつきものという点については異論はない。
死人のことなどどうでもいい。重要なのは予定と違うということだ。
想定の範囲内ですよ、私の中ではね。
ならばなぜ事前に我々へ連絡せんのだ。 情報をコントロールするにはそれなりの下準備が必要なのだぞ。貴様の推挙のために人や金を犠牲にしてきたわけではない。それを忘れる
な。ご安心を。先ほど申しました通り、全ては想定の範囲内。いずれ近いうちに選挙での票集めに苦労することも、強引な勧誘活動を告発される恐れもなくなるでしょう。我々が日本を、いや世界を変える日もじきに。
口を慎め。300人委員会への造反が知れれば、我らに待っているのは破滅だけだ。
Committee of 300, a mysterious secret organization with only 300 members, said to manipulate the world from the shadows. The unseen rulers, royal families, intelligence agencies, banks, and other huge companies, and the other secret societies that you often see in conspiracy theories, are said to be but servants of the committee, and its influence extends to almost all the world's corporations, police, and scientific organizations. Its existence, however, is nothing more than a rumor. Some say that the ultimate goal of the Committee of 300 is the Human Cultivation Project, the construction of a new world order where the entirety of humanity becomes their cattle. The chosen elite will slaughter all but 1 billion people, and this 1 billion will be kept their slaves.
君の役目は計画通りにことを進めることであって、それ以上でも以下でもないよ。
調整は我々がやる。
承知しています。
それで第2世代についての報告を聞こうか。
お二人にも満足していただける仕上がりですよ。ノア2はね。
I ran at top speed from the school to the park. By the time I got there, I was too out of breath to move another inch. My lungs were in desperate need of oxygen. As I gasped for air, I took a quick glance around the park. There was nobody here. The people I was afraid of, Shogun and Yua, were nowhere to be seen. Relieved, I decided to catch my breath. It was almost evening. The sky was slowly shifting from blue to the color of twilight. The park was as calm and quiet as ever, as if all the craziness at school had never even happened. In the end, Ayase's jump was treated as an attempted suicide. She was carried off in an ambulance. I had no way of knowing what had happened to her after that. Afterward, I had given up on trying to find Rimi and ran all the way here instead. I couldn't get what I had just seen out of my head. When Ayase had jumped, when Ayase had fallen, I was sure she was dead. But she had survived. I didn't know how, but she had survived. She was breathing. She hadn't looked injured at all. A fall from that height should have killed anyone, but she had miraculously survived, because she had fallen right on top of a soft flower bed. But that was impossible, physically impossible. There had been no flower bed there. Right until the moment she had hit the ground, it had been an asphalt parking lot. A bunch of the teachers' cars had been parked there. So where had that flower bed come from? Did I do that? I remembered having a delusion that she might survive if there was a flower bed below. But that didn't mean. Could a delusion that only lasted an instant like that really become reality? Maybe I really did have some kind of special power. I had already seen something similar happen. when Ayase split into two people before? Could I even do something as incredible as making a flower bed appear out of nowhere, even without a D sword? And that flower bed was still there after she had fallen, too. When the teachers had run over to her, they had left footprints in the dirt. The flowers. I think they were the same flowers as the ones in the courtyard, had snapped at the stems when the EMTs had walked over them. It was probably still there, too. My delusion had become reality, and stayed that way. It hadn't disappeared like the other Ayase. And what was more, everyone had accepted it as natural. No one had wondered why there was a flower bed there. Had I done that?
Oi!
I heard a sharp voice calling out from behind me. I turned around just in time to see a hand reach out and grab me by the collar. Before I even had time to resist, I was slammed hard into a piece of playground equipment. I hit my back hard and moaned in pain. It was Senna who had attacked me out of nowhere. She was yanking my collar hard, too. I couldn't breathe. I tried flailing my arms around, but she didn't let go at all. There was an intense light in her eyes that might have been murderous. I shivered, shaking my head frantically, thinking she was going to kill me. Senna's hot breath tickled my cheek. Her face was so close I was worried she might bite me. Why was this woman so violent and scary? Save me. Somebody save me. The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, a fictional cult founded in 1930, it claims to have around 5 million followers, but the actual number is believed to be closer to 2 million. The cult is known for its particularly aggressive, borderline criminal proselytizing. Its second-generation leader, Yudai Kuramochi, is a man of incredible charisma, and his followers have absolute trust in him. The cosmic what? Senna's voice sounded tense. I had never heard her like that before, but I didn't know what she meant. All I could do was frantically shake my head.
ありえない。理想度なしでエラーを現実にするなんて。お前はその力のことを誰に教わったんだ？誰からだ？答えろ！
Nobody had taught me anything, but if anyone had, it was... I couldn't breathe. I was going to suffocate. I was passing out, dying. I couldn't stay awake. Just before I passed out, Senna suddenly let go of me. I collapsed where I stood. I coughed and tried to force as much air into my lungs as I could. What the hell was going on? Was Senna my enemy after all? Was she working with Shogun too? If so, I had to get out of here.
本当に天聖信仰会とは関係ないんだな。
What the hell was the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? I had never even heard of them. Senna saw my confusion and looked momentarily annoyed, but finally stopped glaring at me. She sighed.
悪かった。関係ないならいい。
She didn't sound apologetic at all as she turned to leave. It looked like she didn't intend to hurt me after all. If that was the case, then... I worked up my courage and spoke. I thought she would ignore me, but she stopped and turned back. She was still frowning, but at least it looked like she would listen to me.
力って 何なの？
Cinna knew something. She had asked if I was the one who had created the flower bed. Everybody else there ended up thinking that the flower bed had been there from the start, but for some reason Cinna knew differently. And will you look at that? It is 1800, which means it is time to end. We will continue tomorrow with more of this game. Still not really any idea what's going on, but yeah, you know, we're doing something. We're doing something at least. So let's see who we have to potentially raid. Let's see here. We want to raid somebody we haven't raided this month before. And of course, feel free to do the redeems, my friends. Let's see what our choices are. We've raided that one this month. That one as well. We haven't raided that one. Right? Okay, that's who we'll raid. I think that's a puzzle game if I remember right. So here's the raid message. I do believe it's new. I think this is the first day I've used it, yes. I can't remember. My brain gets a little confused sometimes. But feel free to use it. Okay. And if you do not have a subscription, just feel free to type UWU instead of the emotes, because that's what the emotes are. Okay. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you tomorrow for more of this game.